I did not see that yet. Did I finish the area? Yeah. I finished Bile Water. Let me tell you, that is the most sadistic, fucked up area I've, like, ever seen. And we're back. The good old Bile Water. Like, look, okay, so just to give you guys some clarity, or like some... The bench in the top right of the map is in, like, a secret path. It's like a fucking secret bench. So and where I am right now was a Gauntlet fight. Oh wait, let me start the YouTube stream, my bad. It was a Gauntlet fight here, and I had to run all the way back every single time I died. All the way from the bottom left of the map to the top. Wait, what is that sound? Is there a flea? Oh wait, that's my baby. Did I do the Polyp Lady quest? I don't know. I need to go give this stupid baby away. That's great. That's great. That's great. I love this area. I love this area. It's so good. Oh, that's great. Like, this maggot mechanic is so fucked up. Like, they could have at least made it so your healing is halved or something. Like, did they really need to make it so you get no healing?
Friend.
1.5 masks. Okay, well, you get my point though. Like, I think this area is maybe a little too punishing, but it's also like the game just came out. Let's see. I started... Oh. Dude, this is so weird. I started the YouTube stream, but it didn't... Like, I clicked the button, but it didn't work. But no, I'm playing on controller root. What stance am I using? The Wanderer, I think? Honestly, I think Wanderer stance is like the best for DPS, but it's kind of hard to be consistent with it. Okay, yeah, I mean, well, that was my plan when I started the stream today, Ryut, was to go turn that in. The...
Ada!
Wait, so I have 3 mossberries, but... The thing is, we need to make mossberry stew. But I guess maybe you make I don't know. I wanna go back to the... I wanna go back to the mossberry lady. Maybe she'll make stew for me. If I give her these. I have no idea what my percentage is. Where did I find the baby? I think it's in the... I think it was in Sinner's Road? Or Bile Water, maybe? Who needed the apostate key? The door needed an apostate key. No, I'm gonna go back to the big Chungus flea. Because I was watching another streamer and they mentioned that they saved Big Chungus. So I was like, okay, well, we gotta go back for Big Chungus. Druid, I require a pitcher of your mossberry stew to satiate a gourmand of the Citadel. Will you pass him to me? A bug who will consume my berry brew. Strong they'd beat a bear to taste so sharp. Here's a flavor so ripe, searing, flavor of pleasure and pain. They may see the visions if they tasted strong. The visions, could they see? Grant the stew for your bug. To share the visions. Yes, we shall pass it. Oh. Carry a sweet precious smell with you, a fruit. Will you trade it for rosaries? Yes. Such fruit, perfectly ripe, perfectly fragrant, perfectly round. Take what you have earned. Oh, you get 80. The precious fruit. Ah, but this one is not so fresh. Rotten, stench of death, a meager amount of rosaries for you. Oh, you only get 30 for that one. Wait, what about this one? Is this one super good? The precious fruit. Yes, fragrant and round. So round. For you who finds berries, a nice reward. 50. So it was 30, 50, and 80. You know, okay, I gotta say, dude, there's like a fucking economic depression in this goddamn game. Like, they made it... I feel like it's so hard to, like, get enough money for, like, everything. Like, the fact that half of the enemies drop the beast shards is kind of brutal. Beat the game faster than normal people. No, I don't think this is a me issue. I mean, I definitely think okay, I will say, like, most bosses in this game don't drop anything good, which is kind of like, I mean, what you get for killing a boss is going to the next area. But I will say, I feel like if they could have at least made some bosses and, like, enemy gauntlets, like, drop a little bit of rosaries or, like, beast shards or something. Where is the purple flower lady? Is she in the marrow? Isn't that the same with Hollow Knight? Not really. I mean, most bosses in Hollow Knight drop something, chat. Whether it's like a chest after the boss, you want to know? Just the like, what area is she in? Because I've been there. I just can't remember. It's in Shellwood. Okay. I mean, I don't want people to tell me exactly where something is, but I don't mind like hints to get me in the right direction. Because, well, yeah. Oh, who's this guy? Sister, what is that long gleaming tooth you carry with you? Is it a weapon? It is indeed, though you need not fear. I will not raise it against you. Its edge is meant for predators and other foes. Strongly suggest you arm yourself similarly before your own journey begins. Alas, for a pilgrim, that sin you speak of, sister. We arm ourselves with prayer, garb ourselves in faith, and hope they prove enough to reach the Citadel's glory. Such is our way. Hold on, I gotta take my hoodie off. It's getting too hot. I was cold when I woke up, and now I'm hot. All right. Oh yeah, apparently, chat, one of the Hollow Knight devs confirmed hitting him is petting him. He likes it. The boss fight against him was an aggressive petting session. Yeah, that's how you got him to help you. Oh, I think it's where I made the marker, no? Down at the bottom below me. Or I don't know what that marker is, but let's go check, I guess. Oh, this is the song spot. Maybe this will work now that I have the full song. Dude, this place is so jabate, bro. Unless I need to play it for longer. Found double jump? Me too. Me too. Where is this fucking purple bitch? I feel like maybe she's up here. Bug, red cloak, far traveled, bring it here, the bud. It calls, it cries for the right, offer it. The bud weak, new, it must be nourished. Nourished, it will be nourished. The time of birth approaches, the bud cries, yearning, the final rite may begin. White shell, red cloak, bug strong and old, the time of birth is near, aid now the final rite. Ooh.
That's fine.
Very well, this final rite, what would you have me do? Time of birth is closed, now give it shell, host the final rite. What the fuck? Huh? Just a friendly chiropractor. Yeah, this is some like deep nest shit, bro. He took us down into the dumps. All right, sorry. I need to move. Yeah, I know. We have no... Oh, no, we do still have. It changed my crest? Wait, Chapel of the Witch. Oh, are we gonna learn a new crest here? Ryut, what have you brought me to? Well, to be fair, my plan was to come to this area anyways at the start of the stream, so... Spell crest. Oh, maybe. I can't heal. Oh, that's nice. Wait, what's over to the right? Carved bone idol of an ancient weaver. A prayer is etched upon its body. Dude, why do these guys keep respawning? What the fuck? Man, I'm dead. Doesn't know what he's done to his run. Ryut, I was just in bile water, okay? I can handle this. Surely. I'm Tentacle Lady now. Well, going through this area isn't so bad. Aren't we just back? Wait, have we been here? I guess not. Wait, what's my new crest then? Cannot no fucking way. Okay, we gotta go back to this lady. Cannot change crest. I can't even equip anything, bro! This bitch. God. well, we need to go to Shellwood. What the hell is this shit? Yeah, so I just did a quest chat that made it so I'm unable to heal or equip anything. Yep. Have I been here? I mean, I feel like I have, but no, I mean, I couldn't have been here. Where the fuck is this place? I'm going back to the bench. And I'm going up. I'm going up instead of down. We need to get back to that witch, dude. I mean, I'm sure that there's a... Oh. Imagine, dude, yeah. Can you imagine... There's somebody, some poor soul out there who's going to play this game and somehow do that quest and then go to Bile Water. And they're gonna... I mean, it's pretty rare, but there's gonna be somebody who ends up in that situation. And I feel real bad for them. Tomb of the Giants while cursed and no Lord Vessel, yeah. Wait, where the hell even am I? We're in Shellwood now. Or wait, are we in Moss Home? Or no, we're not. Wait, where the Aha. No fucking way she's not even here. Are you fucking kidding me? Bro, the devs of this game are on like... They're fucking Satan, bro. What do you mean? Where is she? Dude, bile water in this place? What the fuck? This isn't permanent? I know, but I don't know how to cure it. That's more so the issue. Hi, Jen. I mean, there's no quest even. There's an NPC that wanted something growing inside you. I don't think there's anything here where I... Back to where I found the baby. I don't even remember where I found him. Yeah, just complete the game like that. Who needs to heal? You know, it's funny though, because there's people who are going to like do a run of this game with this effect active the entire time. Imagine if the cure was back in Bile water. You are just... Are you saying it is, or are you just joking? The maggots do... I mean, yeah, maybe we thought it was in the new area. Well, I mean, I explored that area, though. There wasn't, like, anything there. Dude, I gotta say, Deathless in this game is going to be, like, 1,000,000 times harder than base game Hollow Knight. What are we looking for? So I did a quest, and now my body is fucked up. It's weird though, because it started a quest, but then you just... I am cursed. I can't heal. I can't equip any charms. I have nothing. The hermit locked away. Oh man, I really wish this game like had a marker for NPCs or something. Oh, I mean, there is for the flea caravan and the vendors, but... Do I want a hint? Honestly, yes. I think I do. There's no... The game doesn't... I don't know if you can look at, like, completed quests. Oh, show completed. Alright, let's go to Belheart and talk to them, I guess. Maybe they can help. My sickly friend, Pavo consents that you are ailing, but fret not, for in Belheart, pilgrims may rest and recuperate until they are fit to travel once more. Your hospitality is appreciated, Pavo, but I fear rest alone will not suffice for this illness. A parasite has taken root inside me, one I cannot remove through strength alone. Tell me, are there any you know who might help me, a healer or a physician? Physician, well, we did once have one, a frightening fiend, callous and crude in her practice. For the health of glorious Belheart, we voted unanimously to expel her. I know not where she buzzed away to, and I prefer to keep it that way, but if you really must seek her out, you might start by speaking to the old hermit skulking beneath the bellway. Yes, that hermit seems mad, but he has a way of accumulating knowledge. He might be able to tell you where that wretched physician is lurking.
Modella.
Talking about down here? I don't remember this hermit. There's just so many NPCs. I do kind of wish I should have taken notes in this game, but it's kind of like, I don't know. I don't like taking notes during a playthrough, but at the same time, it really would have helped. What do you mean, go back, I missed him? There's nothing here. Oh, this guy. What's this? Twitching inside of you, a slave within a slave, given over your shell to grow something greater? Parasite has made its home within me. It saps my energy and I cannot purge it with strength alone. Oh, lie down and die then, for all I care. Allow that wriggling thing its chance at life, or else go seek the one exiled from Belhard, little Yarnaby. She was chased out high up into the moors, last I heard.
Menasor.
What even is the fucking moors? Oh, right, Greymoor, yeah. Goose chase begins. Dude, this quest is fucked up, man. People are gonna be salty about this one, I think. I like how I ended my stream yesterday with Bile water, the worst zone in the game. And then on top of that, now I start my stream and I get fucking cursed and I can't even do anything. No, I'm not salty. I don't mind. It's funny, honestly, and normal people will look it up. Well, I mean, even if you look it up, though, you still need to, like... You still need to find the fucking... You still need to, like, go there. But yeah, you're probably right. It might be all the way to the left. I'm just gonna, I don't want to have to come back and get this shit. Wait, where's my last bench though? Oh shit. Alright, this is fine. Honestly, I'm curious if they're gonna like nerf this game in any way. I do think a lot of casuals are going to like rage quit this game from difficulty concerns. Same as Hollow Knight. I don't think Hollow Knight's really that difficult compared to this. Don't think they really care. I don't know. We'll see. Charge it up every few hits. It takes like 7 or 8 hits to fully charge your soul. And if you get interrupted, you know, you don't get anything. So while you do heal 3 hearts, I don't know. Just, I mean, everything in this game kills you in 3 hits. And even after you get a mass upgrade, you still die in 3 hits. It was smart of them not to have review copies. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad they didn't do review copies for this game. I'm so sick of like games releasing and people have just like know the game inside out.
There's a hole?
Oh, a parasite of your land has twisted itself into my shell. Its writhing is causing some discomfort. If not for my unique constitution, I suspect it would have already consumed me entirely. But don't be bringing such dangerous things in here. Head to the top of the moors. There's an old doctor up there hiding in her bell. Remedies are said to often hurt more than they help, but given your state, I'd say it's worth the risk. Bell? Oh wait, maybe all the way at the Craw Lake to the right? Is that a bell? Fuck, I don't know. Okay, I'm thinking it's either all the way to the right or all the way to the left, because there is like... Okay, let's check to the left first. What happened to the fat guy that you didn't kill? Are you talking about Big Chungus? Big Chungus flea? We're gonna go save Big Chungus later. I think this might be it. Maybe. Maybe not. Oh, wait, maybe here. A locked bell home. Oh, I remember now. Help! True, I say, unless you brought a worthy specimen with something truly nasty inside them. Bzz. Otherwise, leave the great Yarnaby in peace. Oh, I remember now. I'm sick, madame, and I'm badly in need of your service. I've become host to a vile infestation. It leeches my strength and attempts to wrest control from my shell. Oh. Now, what's all this? Infested, are you? Do you even know who I am? Why, 'tis the great Yarnaby, genius, physician, unfairly outcast who now towers before you. I apologize for intruding upon your work, but if you are the skilled physician you claim, I ask your assistance. Parasite has wormed its way inside of me. Its roots twist and pull inside my shell, draining my strength. You possess the skills and tools I would see it removed.
目指そう
Well, so you're a special sickly specimen, are you? That changes matters, yes. Turns them on their head. Let me see. Not haunted indeed. No silk sickness. But something strange has certainly clawed its way in. These roots that torment you so, I'm not altogether familiar with them, but it matters not. If there's something nasty inside a shell that must come out, we use Great Yarnaby's Extricator. It's your only hope. But to crack your stiff shell, we'll first need some extra strength. The healing can be done, yes, but before that, my mighty Extricator needs an upgrade. Oh, fuck's sakes. God dang it.
どうだの
Bravo, a specimen who sees my brilliance. The task for you is simple. Head over into that tangled mess of cages on the roads above the moors. 2 bugs hide away there, Benjamin and Kroll, simple types, woefully ignorant, yet they have been useful in procuring me materials. It's steel spines I need, a full bundle of them, forged hard and sharp, tougher than I've ever had, tough enough to crack stone, and to pierce your thick shell.
Yanara.
And prepare your machine for my return, madam. I shall soon return with the spines, for I am eager to see myself freed. In Sinner's Road, okay. Oh my god, dude. Well, at least it's just like a straight shot over here. Yeah, I remember where these guys are, because I did this yesterday. Wait, do these guys drop guts, you think? No. Yeah, I'm not sure where to get the guts for this new quest. Or I need organs. Oh, right. Wait, use tools. Oh, you need to okay, you need to kill enemies with tools, I guess. Hello, friends.
That's fine.
Good bugs. I'm here on request of Dr. Yarnaby. She requires spines forged of steel for a crucial operation. I look at her benching. She's all sick-like, coiled up tight with something weird. I reckon that operation's for herself. She's a sad sight for sure, Kroll, but sick or not, her scrap's hard found. If she's one, we gotta be getting paid. Afraid the little one speaks true, Missy. You might be ill, but we can't be offering charity. We're stocking the spines you need. You just gotta be ready to part with some beads. That's fine. Pleasure doing business, ma'am. It's only the finest scrap we're selling. Promise. For your shell's sake, we will be hoping all them spines can get the job done. Alright, let's just save and quit. Oh, wait, I could have talked to them more. Well, that's... my bad. They probably had a little bit more to say. Beat the final boss while cursed for a secret ending. Are you... Am I being one guide right now, or is that actually true? It's in the achievements? Well, maybe we should go do that then. Well, you can beat the final boss without ending the game. Without healing? Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be hard, but... Alright, yeah. Go to the doctor? Well, but if I go to the doctor, it's gonna remove the parasite. I mean, if there is actually an ending for... Because the thing is, if I remove the parasite, then I'm not gonna be able to do it anymore. Oh, thank you, Yui. No, you don't, guys. You don't need more save files. Oh yeah, let's take the bell system. Let's go to Grand Bellway, and then we'll bell up there to the cradle. Save file for multiple endings? No, guys, I already beat the game once. Even after you beat the game, it doesn't matter. Like, it just... After you beat the game, it takes you back to before you beat it. You need max upgrade on nail to do it? What do you mean? We need to go higher, right? Yeah, well, spoiler alert, chat, we're gonna go do the final boss, so... We're already missing a health. Dude, I have to do it with this fucking shitty-ass moveset, too. Well, we could take 2 hits. Time to try again. Is there a bench here? Oh yeah, there is. Yeah, this might take us a little while. At least we can basically just skip. You can just skip all the... Can you just TP to the boss? I don't think so. There's no dream gate in this. I kind of wish there was some form of dream gate, though. Why are we fighting this boss again? Apparently there's a different ending. So I am currently cursed. I'm currently cursed, which means that I cannot heal. And I have no charms. I have no charms, no tools, no healing, nothing. The final boss revive again? Yeah, you can do the final boss as many times as you want. I wish that this animation was a bit faster, like you could skip it upon like refighting. No. That was such a bad start. I will say the fact that double jump, like I kind of miss being able to instantly hover. Cause like the double jump takes priority. This is one of the final bosses, chat, but I'm pretty sure there's like a true ending final boss, but this is like the any % ending. Yo, Jack! Thank you for the 16 months, man. I hope you've been enjoying Silksong. Sorry, I hope you're not coming into spoilers here. No. I can charge attacks still. No way. No, thought I was low enough. I mean, this fight isn't that bad, at least. It's not that bad. That was decent attempt. Would you say this is harder than Radiance? It's kind of similar, I think. So annoying how it... I just want to grab the... Maybe I should just jump to it. Well, -1 HP. Tragic. Dang it. Double jumped. I thought I was gonna clear it, but... Seems brutal. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Have I regained the ability to heal? No, I'm trying to beat the boss with the curse active. Ah, dang it, dude. I was just a little too low. I mean, that was a decent phase too, considering I started it at 3 HP though. My full playthrough be on YouTube. Yeah, it'll be on my VODs channel. I don't know if I'll post it on my main channel. I can make the YouTube VODs public though, at least, or hot, like. Because normally I unlist my YouTube streams after they're done, but. Start. Oh, that was good. Try again. I can't equip anything. End of the YouTube VODs cut since the stream went for longer than 12 hours. Oh yeah, that's true. That does 3 damage? No fucking way that does 3 damage. That's crazy. That's terrible. Ah, damn it, dude. That's so fucked up. It's like there's spikes in the middle, and then she spawns the rocks on the left. Ah, that was gross. Do the spikes go down if you poke them? I'm not sure. Maybe they do. Whatever. We're getting better at this fight. We're getting better. These fucking webs, dude, are so annoying. Oh shit, we're like tangled. Damn, I turned into a fucking tree. Twisted child. Well, thanks for telling me that you could do the final boss with that. That's cool. I mean, this is just an optional ending, chat. I mean, it's tied to a side quest. Yeah, it's the second ending we got. Where do you get the curse? You have to give the baby to the purple flower lady, and then she curses you. And then you have to go beat the final boss while cursed. And now we're gonna go cure our infection. And get back to being normal. Yo, what's up, Cactus? I just killed the final boss while cursed. I don't know if you did that quest, but there's unique dialogue in Alta. What if I have the parasite? Do not know what that means yet? Oh. I won't spoil it then. What's up, Nico? Everything costs so many rosaries. Yeah, like... Well, okay, so the thing is, there are a good amount of things that you can trade for rosaries. Actually, let's go turn in these relics. I beat the game. Yeah, we still have a lot left to do, though. There's so much of this game is optional side stuff. We haven't got true ending yet. Yeah, no, I didn't get true ending. Yeah, apparently there's 5 different endings. Oh, the merchants are together. Miss Saving, we are together at last. My brother and myself both returned to safety safe. I'm pleased you have found one another. If you're planning to venture out again, I would urge you to reconsider for the sake of your shells. We know it, muchly much. We cannot be leaving this home of bells, no more. Here's we will remain for shells to survive. But we instead did plan together, clever, yes, yes, those pilgrims, them that pass, maybe they will help, for small reward as we have. Even you, Miss Saving, yes, yes, saving is done, our wishes we ask. Now is time for Miss Courier. Couriers, I require a rasher of meat for an old bug in the Citadel. Can you prepare for me? A bug up? They knows our finest food. If they's appreciate, we can prepare it most prompt. Miss Courier only has to ask. Oh, what is this? Your body is all twisting, creaking, horrid fiend inside. Parasite is lodged deep inside my shell. It has taken some strength of will to keep its thrashing at bay. The shell like such, you cannot be taking no deliverings. Infect the goods you would. Very well, couriers. If I somehow manage to remove the parasite, I may return to offer aid. Oh, I actually need to get rid of it. Wait, will this guy talk to me? I smell something on you. Heavy with the past you are. Okay. Here you go. 275. I do think rosaries are definitely like hard to get in this game though. I feel like for 100% speedrun, you're probably gonna have to like actually farm enemies at some point. Carving of Khalil. Blessed Weaver, Lady of Grace, you who see our sin, our frail shells, our voices weak and still offer your protection. How great your mind to care so much for one so lowly. Surgeon's orders. Devout has succumbed during silk suture, refuses to revive, sin committed, permit no rites. Husk marked for cremation, retrieve dregs. Words of a weaver from the nest beneath bone bottom. Hide her deep, the despised child, our shame shown in shell of iron. She is a wish cast vain, divinity mimicked in form too frail. More then, bring me more relics of the past. Alright. Wait, what is this? Oh, you know, I wonder if after I get rid of the parasite, if she comes back home. Or maybe that's, I don't know. We also have this thing called a memoriam, tubes and receptacles built for the storing, recording, and research of various materials, and be assembled in a home. We also have the apostate key. Got so much stuff. Oh my, what a state you're in. You look like you're one breath away from killing over dead. I will continue to live, madam, but I am indeed afflicted. A parasite has taken root within my shell. Perhaps you have something that could help me? A medicine? Not so sure I stock anything like that. You should ask Pavo there. It's his job to give directions and such, so he may have some useful advice. In the meantime, shopping itself is a type of medicine, isn't it? You should buy something now. Oh yeah, the multi-binder. Proves a bug's natural ability to heal. You know, let's buy this. I don't know what it does, but it's really expensive, so surely it's good. Alright, let's, okay, well, somebody said there's, like, unique dialogue if I go down to, what, the Weave Nest Alpha? Heals for 4, but lengthens the animation. Did I buy the architect key? No. Yeah, have a good one, Cactus. What about the spider that was calling you his master? Yeah, but dude, there's so many things we need to go back and do still, chat. I don't know, I feel like there's probably even more interactions with this parasite thing. But I don't know. Stay back, twisted leech. Even lodged within another shell, your ravenous nature shines clear. Shall not defile this chamber nor claim my soul. Be gone. Let me in. I guess that's the unique dialogue. All right, let's go cure the parasite. Could rush the parasite and play the entire game this way. Yeah, maybe. Talk to the guy back in Belltown. If you're telling me to do that so I can figure out where to go, I'm already done with the quest, basically. I'm just exploring. All right. To the doctor we go. Could just not heal and not put on charms. Yeah, that's true. But then, well, or use magic, I guess. I'm here. I'm home. What now? Not another bother for great Yarnaby. Madam, I have returned with the spines requested. Allow me to enter that you may remove this parasite from my shell. Aha, the spines. Specimen, you have them. And it is time indeed to free you of your wriggling torment and show my genius clear. Yes, yes, finally a specimen worthy of my mighty extricator, my beautiful, unfairly maligned extricator. Come this way. Time to go in the back rooms for some surgery. Oh god. Bound the crest of witch. Whip the needle in sweeping swings, leech the life of foes through twisted roots. Oh, you learn a crest. Oh, that's cool. The operation, a success. The simpletons hiding in that blasted Belvane would shudder into dust if they saw how much I achieved without them. Adam, I ain't shan't lie, that was an ordeal such as I have rarely suffered, and yet the parasite does seem to have been unbound somewhat. Whatever remnant still lingers in my shell feels calmed, enough for me to claim its power as my own. Perhaps this is a fortunate result after all. Of course, Great Yarnaby has healed you. Shout it through the caverns, scream it from the great spinning towers. Just make sure they hear you in the so-called civilized settlements of this ignorant land. Half-wits, the lot of them. Such great achievement wrought by Yarnaby, a bug healed full by marvelous machine. You weaklings expire and they all raise their claws. Is there no place for progress in their tiny minds? But hold, there's something more about you. I've sliced the shells of countless filthy pilgrims. All those plain graying innards. Yours are something else entirely. Tickles at my mind still. What is it of your shell that eludes even my perfect, precise perception? Would you show me, specimen? Go on. Let the great Yarnaby peer at your deeper, darker secrets. No desire to see my shell pried into further, healer. Your service has succeeded and taken its toll in pain. I hope only that I never again need to seek your aid. I have declined, bug. Whatever you seek, you shall not find it either upon or within my shell. Specimen, we must. There are secrets to uncover. Progress cannot be denied. Again, the world lashes out at me, but the pain, it means nothing to Yarnaby. Nothing can deter my great work. Not for long. I must not be stopped. You refuse to share your secrets, then distract me no more. There's still much work ahead for the great Yarnaby. Much thought, much learning. Though the ungrateful world shuns me, still by my own claws shall it be saved. Alright. Thank you, Yarnaby. I wonder, can I go in anymore? Probably not. Did I play music to the big robot you found? The clockwork guy? What actually happened to the clockwork guy? Or, oh yeah, the clockwork guy was like the sentinel. And he was like attacking... The one that was bound up, like in chains or whatever, you mean? I played music to it, it didn't do anything. Even after, I'm pretty sure I played music to it even after I got all 3 songs. But I could be wrong, maybe I... What's the new, Hold on. The witch. Thing is, do I even have any? Oh, I have 2 memory lockets. It's got 3 blues and no yellows. We can try it though, I guess. I just don't know. I mean, we can still have the compass at least. What about the pogo? It's decent. I mean, this is the moveset I had while I was cursed, I'm pretty sure, no? Alright, well the question is, where do we want to go now? I don't want to go to the flea caravan. I'm gonna go to the blasted steppes. Oh wait, I want to go say Big Chungus. Let's go up to the memoriam. Wait, it didn't actually heal. He's so cute. Wait, so when I bind, does that give me lifesteal? Is that what the roots do? Are there any enemies? Nope, just my death. Why did that do 4 damage to me? That's crazy that you could take 4 damage. Alright. I did it again. Well, I was... Yeah. Whatever. Alright. Where to next? Right. Oh yeah, let's go to the blasted steps and talk to the caravan. There's like a there's a path up here. I'm gonna go check this out real quick. Unless, have I already been up here? Oh. Boy then, what's a fancy prancy bug like you creeping into Grindel's cozy little nook for? Heard we had some nice stuff, did ya? Oh ho ho, all kinds of tasty goodies find their way here, that's for sure. Care little for how you procured your goods, thief. If you have something worth trading, I may part with my rosaries. Well, we never say no to a fair swap. Now take a look at what we's got. Damn, he's got a lot of shit. Oh my god, everything is so expensive in this game, dude. Seriously, like, what is the fucking economy of this game? Seriously. I have some stored rosaries. I mean, I have 430. And I feel like you genuinely are just gonna, you're actually gonna have to just farm in this game. Oh, look at him. He's so big and happy. You have luck, Miss Hornet. To lack the fur of wee fleas, all the blowy sand of that place is getting very stuck inside. Here we shall remain for a time, Miss Hornet, and pray that more lost fleas find their way to us. What others I encounter, I shall send your way, Flea Master. Welcome back, my fierce one, Dodeshna. I'm sure your travels have wearied you. Oh no, I wouldn't take... Oh right, it's the spa guy. Fleas are so cute. Oh, they're so cute. Okay. Oh, we can go up here. Oh wait, this is the weird spot. Why does the game show okay, there must be an area. Oh yeah, wait, there's... Okay, I think this area connects to this area, but people were saying that you need to get like captured to get to this area or something. I'm also kind of curious what's... I don't want to go all the way down to like the left side.
That's fine.
I don't know how to make this. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I can get. I don't feel like I can do this, but down and not and up. Oh, I mean, you might be right, but okay. Well, how do I? Okay. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know how I feel about this crest. Oh, so close to our 8th mask shard. Seems like that's basically it. Have you figured out how to heal? I'm not even sure. I think you have to bind and then you have to like hit the enemy to heal or something. I don't know. I do kind of prefer the Wanderer. Yeah, I mean, it just says leech the life of foes through twisted roots. When you bind, it doesn't heal you. So. You heal, it leeches life around you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't say that you have to bind next to them, but maybe that is how it works. Did I go up here? I don't know if I did. Nice. I'm gonna figure out how this thing works. Yeah, I guess you do need to bind next to the enemy. I wonder if it does it heal more or... Hmm. All right. Where do I want to go? Maybe we should go use the apostate key. Wait, I thought the apostate key was in the... Whispering Vaults. No, I don't think I have enough tools for the key. Or is it Coral Chambers? I thought I had it marked. In the slab? Is it? No, we already found the apostate door, chat.
Ada!
Ah. Fucking gunked me. Oh my god, Heretic key? Yeah, that healing is really... I wonder though, like, if there's two enemies, could you heal like 6 health if you hit them both? Right? Well, I wanted to try it there, but I messed up. Jesus. Have I been here? Did that only heal one? How the fuck does this shit work? I don't get it. Oh, because he died. Penitent, fourth of the fourth, guilty of the sins of infirmity, sickness, penance by swallowing, absolution granted after death. Penitent, 12th of the first, guilty of an unnamed sin, penance by casting, absolution not granted. Penitent, 8 of the 12th, guilty of the sin of irreverence, penance by chaining, absolution granted after death. Penitent, 2nd of the 4th, guilty of the sin of dissonance, penance by silencing, absolution granted after death. Ooh, nice. Yeah, oh, dude, what is going on? What is this place? That... Oh, I heard somebody. Play longer, he will come. I don't know about that. Oh. Song, is it? You have brought song? You are of the Citadel then. How many of you? I'm alone, sir. You needn't fear. I am no servant of the Citadel. Are you a prisoner of theirs? A prisoner? I understand you not. There is no prison here. This is a holy place of forgiveness. Please, speak with reverence. This place was holy once. No evidence remains. Even as a prison, it has been neglected. You wish I can free you. You can descend through the caverns below until you find a settlement. You are asking me to leave this place? What a strange, fearful thought. Such a sin would never. No. By the grace of the Citadel, I am here as a penitent. Here I can hide from the shame of my sins until they are withered away by time. Leave this place, please. Strike me down dead before you speak such blasphemy again. Will you tell me of those who guard this structure? They are servants of the Citadel, are they not? Servants, they too are penitents. In a past age, that caste committed their own sacrilege against the Citadel. Sin long forgotten, but so grave that their offspring and the offspring of their offspring carry the guilt with them still. Serve here is their only hope of absolution. The weight of your sins bear down upon you. You may remain here with me in penitence, sister. Oh, he doesn't sing. Bench. Dude, this place is fucked. What the hell? I mean, it's not that difficult or anything, but it's confusing. There's so many keys. I don't know if this is where the... don't know if I'm on the right track for the bench anymore, Chad. I feel like I missed it. Oh, wait, actually, no, I see it. Know where the bench is. Fuck. I don't know, it just says up. Unless it's right here, but it looks like it's pointing up. Oh, wait, no, never mind. A husk with the map of the slab etched upon its shell. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Give me that. Nice. All right, hold on. I gotta go use the restroom, chat. I'll be right back. Ah, all right, I'm back. I got a nice juicy plum. Why do you guys want me to get captured? Why does it matter? You know exactly where to go. I don't care. I mean, I got the key to come here without getting captured, so that's what I'm gonna do, man. All right, well, how do you get captured then, okay? Tell me, how do you get captured? Enlighten me. Deep docks? Is it where you need to use the simple key? I mean, we could get captured a different playthrough if we really wanted. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Like, how about we finish the area and then we can get captured? I wonder if you can still do that. Was this door locked? This guy's kind of annoying. He just fucking runs into you. Oh wait, I thought I saw something to the right there. Like trying to hit them both at the same time, but the problem is you do a lot of, I don't know. Oh, key of the indolent. Nice. I had a feeling that's what we would probably find. Yeah, the AoE's not that big. I mean, I could see this crest still being good though, in the sense that like, I mean, it turns, like when you heal, you're doing damage. I don't know how much damage it does, but probably like a decent bit. I think there was an indolent door to the right here. Down. Was this also indolent? What the fuck? Oh shit. That's not what I meant to do. That was a pretty easy fight. I guess this is kind of like an early game area because you can get captured and taken here. Well, maybe not that early, but like kind of early, I guess. You do that without weapons if you get captured? Oh, that explains it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the traps are good, though. Oh, 4 rosary beads, thank you. Oh, okay, nice. We're opened a shortcut there. Oops. Up here was just that. It's supposed to be an early area, yeah? Yeah, it still only heals for 3. Yeah, coming here later definitely helps a lot. Yeah, so it still heals. Still heals 3. As long as they... But I mean, I wonder if that counts as like 3 sword hits. Because if it does, then this is definitely like the face tank. This is like the face tank crest in a way. Because like normally healing, you don't really want to heal, but if your healing does damage, then... It's pretty huge. But then sometimes you can just like miss. And then everything is awful. The slab. Oh, that would have been sick, dude. I feel like that would have healed 6 health, but they interrupted me out of it. It only heals for 3 max. Well, I don't know. Are you sure? Maybe you're right. Honestly, I thought I got like interrupted out of it, but the key of Heretic. Let's go. Yeah, there are a lot of benches here. God dang it. Oh. I guess it's good to send a few. Where do you find Key of Apostate? Honestly, I can't remember exactly where I found it. It was in the Bile place? There we go. Oh, yes. 8 HP. Okay, there was... Oh yeah, the Heretic door was down at, like, towards the bottom, I think. The max HP, it's probably 9 if I had to guess. Did I go in here? Wait, no, I did go in here. Yeah, I didn't open the door. I mean, there's a bench right here that I wanted to get. No. Is there... Is there another Heretic door somewhere? I feel like... Like, surely that's not the end of the area, just some, like... Oh god. Penitent, first of the first, guilty of the sin of apostasy, penance by constriction, absolution denied. Oh. Sure, what's the worst that could happen if we free this guy? Hold on, oh. Let's just go in and see. Half spawn of a distant land, within this cage I have waited. Let my strength be bound to yours, reclaim the future of our cursed kingdom. Well, we tried. Oh, we spawn outside. Oh wait, I have my cocoon too. Is this like a dream fight or something? Oh, I missed my heal. That's so creepy. Dude, yeah, okay, this crest is not it, chat. I'm sorry, but I can't even hit him with the fucking heal. Like, trying to hit the bosses with the heal when it's so slow, like, when the bosses are so fast is incredibly difficult. I'm pretty sure I have the faster binding on. I do. Yeah, I mean, I could see it being good for some, like, gauntlet fights, maybe. Feels like... Oh! Ow! Alright, let's go back to the Wanderer, I think. Honestly, I think the tax would probably be good. Can we get an Awu flea emote? Yeah, we should. All right, let me throw down the tax this time. Dude, the tacks were shredding. Oh, shit. Oh my god, dude. It all happened too fast. There's just so much going on. Damn it. Yeah, you can interrupt the heal, though. This is a fun fight, man. I wonder how many phases it has, though. I wonder if there's going to be a third phase. I thought they all went off at the same time, but they kind of like chained. The ones that were next to me went off, so I thought I was safe, but... That's my bad. I should have jumped. This boss is like... This is such a crazy fight, actually. Yeah, this fight's really good. Yeah, I like that there's no run back. I'm an idiot. Ugh. Okay. Alright, don't be greedy and thirsty. Okay, that was pretty good. This move is so good on board. Oh, dang it. That was close. Dude, this move is so good for this fight. It's insane. Ren. That's good that I took contact damage here. Oh, no way. Another face? I think he's gone. That was a really fun fight, actually. Oh god. Oh, okay. I think that's my favorite fight in the game so far. Why did I hide my previous Silksong streams? Here, you know what? Let me actually make them public right now. I was meaning to do that last night, but I forgot. My apologies. Dude, I gotta say, this grapple ability is so fucking good. Like, oh my god, it's so sick. I should have used it more during... I should have used the grapple more during that, that previous fight that we did. The one in Bile water, but... The thing is, every time you use this move, it does use one of your, like, silk charges. Which I guess is the only downside. Yeah, you get silk back if you hit with it, I think. I guess it's like a trick. Yeah, it's free if you hit with it. What the? He called us daughters, called us divine, she lied. Lied. Ruin rage. We've runes of blazing silk upon enemies. Oh shit. A new move. I gotta say, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I don't really like the... Oh, we have it now. Oh shit, it's that move. I don't like the spear throw that much. It feels like it locks... I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but it feels like it locks you into the animation for so long compared to like Vengeful Spirit from Hollow Knight. I mean, like, it's okay, but I find myself missing the spear so often. Like, you'll throw it, but like, as you throw it, the enemy will like go down or up and you'll just miss. It's intentional? Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's a bug. No pun intended, but... Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't feel as fluid as like the Vengeful Spirit does in Hollow Knight. Back by the prisoner. Yeah, we could. I hear somebody as well. Who is that? Oh, I never opened this door? Wait, how do I get back up? I don't think it's up here, is it? I think it's this room that connects, maybe I'll... Oh. I think it's the one below me. Wait, no, it can't be. Or wait, can it? There was a flea? Wait, where? I don't think that's a flea, chat. You guys are really, really bad at directions, I'm not gonna lie. Up. Okay. I hear it.
Friend.
But that's not... I don't think I can get to it from here anyways. Oh no! Barely even fit in there. Okay. Where's the prisoner guy? Is he... Oh, it's here. Hey, Tyranno, thank you for the 5 gifted. Ah, you have brought song again, though perhaps it is wasted on one as unworthy as I. You needn't satisfy my curiosity if it pains you, sir, but I must ask, for what crime or sin did the Citadel imprison you? My sin, a grave transgression, the cause of much pain for many, but to speak of a sin is to invite its return. I will say no more. The weight of your sins bear down upon you. Okay. He doesn't want to tell us. He had new dialogue though. What if I have him come back again? You want to get into the slab? Did I get the flea above the healing bench near the bellway? I don't know. All right. Well, where did I find the apostate key? I don't remember. I think chat was saying it was in Bile Haven. Which this place is fucking horrible, by the way. God, Bile Haven is brutal. You already have apostate key? I know. I'm answering the fucking question, brother. Okay. Is there new areas to discover? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, there's a... Okay, let's go to the door in Wormways. And we still have to do the Blue Nectar quest. So we can do both, actually. Oh, does anyone remember where did we play the mini games? Because they said we should come back to play more, but I don't. Was that in the Marrow? Yeah, I know it's the other prison where I saved the ant. I just can't remember exactly where that is. I don't know. I'm not sure. Somewhere here. Gotta be one of these rooms. Oh. Greetings, New. You have traveled far from your lodgings. I was not expecting to meet you in these lowlands. Oh, hello again, Miss Grown-Up. Yes, New is not the fastest, but she goes great distances to follow the sin of learnings. Look what New has found. A great big beast cracked open and broken apart. There is much to learn from him, so New will savor it all slowly. The warmth of these caverns keeps many smells alive is good for New, who is always searching carefully for learnings. Am I gonna play the new mode when you hit 100%? If you're talking about Steel Soul, no. Steel Soul in this game is actually gonna be so fucking difficult. I would not want to try Steel Soul yet. Like, this game is genuinely, like, it's just so, I don't know, it's so punishing. People wanting the harder game. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying Steel Soul in this game is going to be way harder. I think it's up here. Ha.
Ha ha. Right.
Hola, hola. We've devised a final challenge for you, my lady, if you're interested. Hit the target as many times as you can without missing. The more targets you hit, the more rosaries you'll win from us. Oh shit, okay.
Sirata Sakrasila. Vavuma!
What?
Oh, right. So if I miss one, you didn't earn enough rosaries to make a profit off us? +3. Wait, do you only get... Do you really only get one per... Maybe it goes up. I mean, the thing is, I don't think there's even a limit to it. Damn it! +30.
Haha, Rancamentis Faradalia. Sirata Sacrasila. Bavuma!
Mane.
Damn, I mean, maybe. No way, dude.
Haha, Rancamentis Faradalia. Sirata Sacrasila. Bavuma! Oh, Bilan, Bilan. Oh. Oh, Bilan, Bilan. Oh, Bilan, Bilan. Oh. Oh. Oh, Bilan, Bilan.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
Hate this one.
Oh, Bilan, Bilan. Oh.
Oh, that was close.
Oh, Bilan, Bilan. Oh.
No.
Primpolo Casato.
Plus 99. Wait, so how many did I hit? I wonder how the like scaling for that works. 39. Apt? Maybe, yeah. Okay, so there's still some stuff in Hunter's March we didn't do as well. Go back to the Gamba bug. Oh yeah, I forgot about that bug. I don't even remember where they were. Did I beat the game already? Yes. I've gotten 2 endings so far. Is there a way up here? What's over to the right here? Well, let's grab the bench here. Play a song to the statue. Were you watching the stream? Shattered the... Oh, I saw somebody with this. Old bug skull carved for protection. Shields against critical damage, but shatters on impact. Shattered, the mask will be repaired while resting at a bench. Oh, so that's like prevents you from dying. That's actually a kind of a good mask. It's a shame we found that so late. Base tank. That's a lot of money. Curve claw. Ooh. What's this? Oh. Place seems kind of scary. What are the memory lockets for? So you have these things called crests, which are like different move sets, and you unlock extra charm slots for the specific move set, basically. Chapel of the Beast. Go here immediately after dash and it sucks. Yeah, I've heard people, I've heard a fair amount of people complaining about this. Tool? Oh yeah, right. Our boomerang. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. Blame. Oh. Yeah, a lot of people have been getting like really... I've heard a lot of people complaining about this boss because you can fight it like right at the start of the game. Pair foes with savage slashes bind to enter a wild fury and steal life from prey. Hmm. Oh, that's cool. Oh my god, what is that down attack though? Jesus Christ. Oh! Wait, why did that guy drop organs? Is it because of the beast crest, you think?
Friend.
Oh, and it doesn't actually heal you still. You have to hit while it's active. You see? All right. Okay, let's go. Wait a sec. Oh, right. There's still a room that we didn't do in Farfield. Didn't the person in the Weaver Nest want you to get more crests? Yeah, I think so. I don't know. There's a lot of things we need to do right now. It's just focus on one thing at a time. Yeah, I gotta go.
Friend.
Let's just go to the right. Oh, there's only 2 slots to unlock. 2 yellows. You have no blues with Beast. Interesting. I like how this is only for shell shards. There should be one that increases like rosaries too. Maybe there is. I don't know. Alright, let's try the curved claw. Honestly, the flea brew is so good. He seems so bad. I don't know. God, that pogo is so bad, though. Ooh. Use gear for quest parts. I don't know if these guys drop. I think it needs to be like specific types of enemies that drop the organs. Not everything drops them. I guess that's it for this area. I mean, we got a fair bit of geo, so. Oh yeah, there's a door all the way in the bottom right. I didn't miss a door, I just, well, I mean, I just have, when I was there before, I didn't have the song. You need to kill enemies with tools? Yeah, I don't know. How many crests do I have? 5. Oh yeah, the quest from the merchants in the city. Brew. What's up, buddy? Oh, stray one. Do tell. How goes the journey? Ventured high, seen the citadel in its state. That place is long lost, generations lost, a gilded tomb drowned in silk dregs. For its minions, so compelled in my capture, I now see clearly the source of their unity and their strange strength. They are husks bound tight by the one who waits at its crest. Ah, look at you, seeing right through to the truth of it, closer even than I dare to dig. But then you're clearly of the countenance to be coping with such heady stuff. Now best you be heading, you're clearly planning to stir up some serious trouble. I don't want to be close when it kicks off.
Benny Frank.
On the far side of Farloom, I chanced upon a bug starkly similar to yourself. From her home, her dress, and her skill, I'm guessing you share some relation? I met my sister you did, in order at least. Glad to hear she's still among the living. Last to hold true to the old ways of the pin, she was... I sure ain't sharing many of those violent values anymore. I'll warn you, stray one, my sister might seem all cheer and charm, but buried beneath there's the soul of a killer. I'll grant you my courtesy, stray one. I'll even offer aid where I'm able, just don't be hanging around too long. I may not be a fan of that citadel, but I'm smart enough to avoid its ire. Ah! What's this? Oh, it closed the door behind me. Oh. Heck is this? My guts! Oh, come on, dude. And I'm all the way back here. Why didn't I rest at the bench there, dude? I don't know. Beast and Witch are both like... Honestly, I like the... I feel like I like the Sting Shard the most just because you can put it like in the air. Like, so many of the tools feel kind of weak against actual, like, flying enemies. The Wanderer crest, in my opinion, is the most similar to, like, base game, or, like, OG Hollow Knight. Is the bench in here? Oh my god, I was right here. I didn't realize that was the bench. The range is pretty short, but it's so fast. Ooh, I do have the lava charm. Shit, I should have put that on. Well, if we die again, we can put it on. Oh my god. Oops. Ooh. Imagine I died like that. That looks so breakable. Any benches in here? Oh, nice. Weave nest syndrome. Oops. Silk speed draws upon the wearer's own silk to increase sprinting speed. Ooh. Holy shit, you fast. Uses silk? I know. It doesn't use much though. Use it with the flea item. Oh yeah, let's see how fast we are. Wait, did that give another item? Ooh! Oh, another harp. Ruin depicting paths away from Barloom. Interesting. It's like a frickin' speedometer. Where am I? I'm in the bottom right of the map. You have to wear a certain crest for that to open? There has to be more down there? I mean, I don't know. There might be. I mean, we got an item. Wait, what is that path? Wait, was this locked? Or what? What is this path over here? What if I kill him with the poison? That count as using a tool? I mean, this is not efficient, I'm just curious. Something there related to true ending. Yeah, well, I'm missing stuff in Deep Docks, but the thing is, like, I don't have, I don't have a simple key. Dude, this speed is insane. I found a few different simple keys. I think I found 3, maybe 4. Back where you were, you can evolve one of your crests down there. No, you're thinking of a different nest, but thanks for the backseating. Appreciate it. I'm just gonna play the game. Try to stop looking at chat, because every time I look at chat, there's somebody backseating. Gonna tell me what to do. way, dude. No way I missed that photo. Okay. That was my bad. I got a little greedy. Yeah, we said hi to giant flea, bro. To like equip a tool so we can start getting organs. Flint slate. Temporarily superheats the needle's blade, imbuing each slash with flame and increasing lethality. Oh. That seems pretty good. That's the simple key door. I guess the simple key is optional then. If you want to get the witch's crest, you need to get infected. Really want to rest. Where did the spear guy go? Yeah, I don't know. Bucket overflowing with smoldering flintstone. Why do I feel like this is like a fucking quest or something? Dude, I did not mean to do that. Oh, this fucking run back is butts, dude. I wonder if there's a secret bench somewhere. I guess that's why you want the simple key. Bench by the blacksmith? It is, but it's almost like I just said. Almost like I just said why that doesn't work. Got this try. this guy is tanking me. Dude, that is so fucking bullshit. Oh. Thank goodness. It looks like that's... It looks like you can fall in here. Maybe for... Oh, you know, I think that's the fire. Maybe you can, like, blow that up or something. I'm using the Wanderer crest. That was actually a fairly... I mean, it wasn't that difficult of a fight, but... Oh, what is this? Place is kind of comfy. Oh, we can go down. Oh. Hold on, I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Yeah, we're in the sauna, chat. Comfy sauna. I tried playing an instrument to those giant golems. I did. I can't remember if I played music though after I had found all of the new, like the threefold melody. I don't know. I've seen some people saying like, oh, there shouldn't be contact damage in this game. I think contact damage doing 2 damage is maybe a bit much at times, personally. I think 2 contact damage is a bit much, but yeah, 2 contact damage is definitely a bit much on some enemies. But it makes, I mean, I think it's good that they made the game a lot more difficult. I think the enemy attacks doing 2 damage makes sense, but 2 contact damage is a little excessive. Jesus. Oh, God. I don't like this very much. I'm so stupid. Dude, that is so brutal. Oh. Oh wait, right, okay, this is fine. I was like, are we gonna get sent all the way back? But it's not that big of a deal. We have this bench at least. Break the wall when you drop down after leaving the bench. Alright, let's go see. No, let me just quit out. Let's see if you're right. You missed it again. Missed what? Oh yeah, we can put on the lava charm. You are right. You know what? It's funny. When I fell down here before, I was thinking to myself the same thing. Oops. Oops. Oh. You know what? I'm just gonna go back to the bed. Ban him anyway. Jeez, chat. If you're talking about that one right there, that's nothing. Just a rock chap. Interesting. It only did 1 damage to me. Ooh, what is this place? Is this my new home? Old diving bell, its door is shut tight by an ornate clamp. Motherfucker! You can't hit it, it's a background object. Well, that's okay. Maybe we'll figure it out. It's crazy how much like optional stuff, how many optional things there are in this game actually. Okay, I'm gonna change my tool so I can actually start getting organs though. What is the best for organs, I wonder? Oh yeah, we need all different types. Seared organ. Okay, so we need okay, we need to use different types depending on what we're trying to do. I don't know, it doesn't seem like it's giving me it though. Maybe this doesn't actually work? Does poison mess it up? Maybe. Yeah, back to the blacksmith. Oh, we bought everything. Never mind. Okay, well, we explored deep docks pretty well now. I wonder if every area has like one of those weaver nests though. So we still need to go to the Wormways weaver door. Oh. Oh, there's a flea here.
Ada!
All right, back to Bone Bottom. And then we're gonna go. You know what? I might change my crest because I kind of want 2 reds. I guess we can go back to Reaper. I wonder if the flint slate should work, right? As long as I don't have poison on, I guess. Oh man, this game is so good. Alright, can I get... There we go. Organs. Plasmium. Sucked it right up. Wake up, little bug.
Friend.
Oh wow, you can actually cling the wall there. There's one here, but I don't know where the last one is. Oops. Because I need 3. There's a secret door through here, but... This is just down where the dead bug was. Unless... I feel like the other one is... Like, is it in this area? I'm just going in circles, man. I mean, this loop is this area just loops on itself. There's the one room up here. And then this is just where the bug is. Alright, I don't know. I don't think it's in this room. Like, it's somewhere else. What if it's over here? Well, we found something. Dead bug's purse. Allows the bearer to retain some rosaries upon defeat. I just realized we have enough silk for 2 full heals now. All right, well, not here. I don't know where the last one is.
Tosco. Maschere.
Man. Must have been like hidden or something. Wait, you saw it? Oh shit, wait, you're right. Well, you know what, we have the bench. We nest barn. I really thought that. Thought I'd be able to do that. Daughter of a distant land, we who have remained have waited long. Bind our strength to yours, reclaim the future of our haunted kingdom. Shit, what are we gonna get here? New ability? Sharp dart. Pierce through enemies in a blur of blade and silk. Oh, I wonder if you have iframes during that. It says dash through enemies, so I actually think you do. Hunter's Journal farming right now, chat. Yo, Aristat, thank you for the gifted subs, man. How many do you need to kill? They ceaselessly churn through rock and bone without ever seeming to rest. Do they have a destination, or are they compelled to dig forever deeper? Okay, I see. We finished. Wait, can I go? Okay, I think that's... A lot of these weave nests have like a secret lower area, but I don't know. I didn't see anything. Maybe we'll have to come back later, but we can teleport ourselves to the quest now. Unless it's set... Okay. Playing music here. Did we explore everything that was up here? I think we just took... We just took the fruit. I don't know if we went up, did we? Nice. Assistant, how goes your work? Have you extracted a sufficient amount of plasmium? I have. Here you go. Exactly the required amount. With this pure plasmium extract, I may finally come to understand this wondrous substance. Since you have proven yourself a capable assistant, take this delightful implement of my own invention, a plasmium file. With it, you can inject precious plasmium straight into your body almost painlessly. Your tool certainly looks sharp enough to pierce my shell, sir, but why should I want to do so? Just filling with your body with plasmium is so beneficial. It protects you from harm, and it feels so exquisitely good. My assistant and I have been injecting plasmium into the local flora and fauna since we arrived. No ill effects have been observed, and so we can conclude that the process is utterly, completely safe. Keep using the plasmium file and enjoy all the wonderful effects it has on your body. If you ever run out, visit me again. Charge a few rosaries for refills, but you can be confident that every bead goes towards our vital studies. Oh, we got drugs. Gain health beyond their natural limits. Okay, you know what? I wonder, though... I don't know, I feel like there's something with this, but I'm not sure what. That's his dead assistant? Yeah, I guess... Yeah, I guess that's... I guess it's just like a lore thing. Okay, well, we still have to get all the organs. Maybe I'll go do that. I think I know of a good farming spot. Rip extra health. It's okay. How many seared organs do we need? 15. There's a spot. I think it's Belheart. There's like 2 enemies right next to like a bench. Actually no, it's not Belheart. I think it's Coral. Grand Bellway, maybe. Honestly, I should just kill these 2 over and over again. There's probably a better spot, though. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting a lot of rosaries doing this, so I guess it's okay. What else can shred? Well, I guess this is probably the best. Well, okay, to be fair, chat, you don't have to grind like this, but I'm just doing it because... I mean, I could just go run around and kill enemies, but... Might as well turn on cheat engine. What kind of fucking stretch of logic is that, my man? Damn, these things kind of suck. You get multiple shredded organs though, so that's nice. Alright, we got all the organs. Nice. What am I doing? I am finishing a quest. And getting some rosaries along the way, because why not? Alright, we need to go turn in, this quest. Beat final boss and now you feel empty. Well, just because you beat the final boss does not mean you're done with the game. I mean, for some people it might be, but the best stuff in these kind of games is generally optional. My favorite area. Oh yeah. There a flea? Where's the grub? I don't know. I hear. You guys can hear it, right? No. I thought I heard a grub, but maybe I'm crazy. Where's this fucking bug? I forgot about that. Man, this guy's across the fucking world. You have them, spider. The smell's upon you. All those organs rich, prepared for feasting. So here you go. Thank you for all the subs, guys. You've done well, spider. On these fine meats, my children will gorge and grow. Better the organs of others than they feed upon your own, yes? One should not be surprised for the spider to perceive the truth of my requests. Child of one like you, many times I've seen it similar. They will be born hungry, with sharp tooth and claw. In their birth craze, your own meat would delight as much as any other bug. Its feast is distraction and hope to save your shell. Is that shameful? A mother who would not sacrifice herself for her children to grow strong? Is it wrong to want? To witness their first flight, their first hunt, to see them kill and grow?
You finished?
Your choice is your own, tall mother. You won't be judged by me. I've seen enough sacrifice. I've no love for the act. Long claw. Oh, shit. All those gooey bugs, also reluctant to share their organs. So much coaxing and gnawing and prodding. They should be proud. Their small sacrifice would become much sustenance for my ferocious young. Nice. Long nail is not a consumable, yeah. Thankfully. All right. Yeah, let's put on. Let's go back to Wanderer now. Was it a blue? Decent bit of range. I will say, I feel like charms in this game are kind of like nerfed compared to Hollow Knight. Like none of the charms seem nearly as like impactful as Hollow Knight charms did. Oh yeah, let's go back to Bellheart and go get that food. Am I gonna try a no damage run? Fuck no. Guys? Many deliverings still need making, Miss Courier. We is much needing your help when you is ready for the giving. They have like 3 missions. Once was common this delivery for the bugs in their camp beside the bone, now even this is challenge. Down there at the base where many pilgrims' journeys start to ready for their climb, these deliverings will give much value. But hold, Miss Courier, before you depart you mustly know, all deliverings are in needing of great care. No bump, no shake, no taking funny, yeah, okay. No taking funny transport, only leg, claw, wing must be used to see them where they need to be going. Carry the deliverings safe, Miss Courier, cared for like your own shell. Fuck, is this flower quest? Oh, and you can't take multiple at once. No, I didn't want to go up. Or did I? No, I didn't. You can at least take a few hits. It does have, like, durability on it, it looks like. There's... At least you're able to take some hits. Oh, when you bump the ground. Oh, that's okay. We're still fine. Sir, I bring supplies from the town of Bells up above to aid your camp and its residents. Ah, mighty thankful these folks will be. Most arrive here with nothing but their shell. Your delivery there will make things a little easier on them. You're welcome. Coming all this way, take a few beads. You earned them. A plus 80 beads. Nice. Oh wait, we have Savage Beastfly. Oh, Beastfly raging through the scorching wildlands below. May you hinder good pilgrims no longer. May you be struck down by a holy fury. Oh my god. It is yours, Miss Courier. Meat's prepared fresh as fresh in our special way. Miss Courier must know our rasher is delicious, strong, fatty food, but it is not long to last. If not stored quick, it is flavor fast turns foul. The rasher is likely to spoil, then I shall make fast for the Citadel. I have no desire to see your efforts or your scant supplies wasted. I have to get to this. I have to go to the Citadel. What is this marker that I put down here? I wonder, is there a path through the underworks? I don't think you can use the stag. They never said you couldn't. All right, let's see. All right. Have I done the mist? No, people keep saying that. I don't know where that is, but we're doing something else right now. I will try again. I mean, I have to go all the way through Shellwood up through the blasted steps, I guess. Jesus Christ. Did touching the water there? Oh wait, no, it's the timer. Right. Okay, wait, where is this guy, though? Is he in... Where in the Citadel was this guy? Oh. That's great. I think we're cooked. Keep going higher. Higher and then... Why not? Alright, well, I'm fucked. Is there a shortcut here that I can open? Or do I have to go this way? So confused. Wait. I don't think you can use the tube transport now. How the hell do I even get up here? I'm so confused. I can't go to the right. Maybe I have to go through White Ward. I guess that's fine. I think we grabbed the bench next to the tube. Not quite. There's a path. There's not a path up, chat. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. I've checked it like fucking 25 times.
Ada!
Every single time I go there, I check it. There's nothing. Or at least if there is something, I don't know how to get. I don't know how to do it. Wake up. I don't know if it's better. I think it's better to climb up. I should have equipped the flea ring. Oh god, I fell in the fucking water again. Oh. Oh my god, what am I doing? You might be able to save warp. I don't know. Keep going up. Now we go to the right. Not here. Oh. Cool. Raven is the guy, though.
Tamia,
Oh, god damn it. The nectar, to think such an aged extract still exists. What an exquisite tragedy that I cannot taste it myself. My master must have every drop. The stew of mossberries stirred thick. Good, good. It shall form the base when set in mold. God damn it, dude. Where the fuck do I get crust nut or pickled mug maggot, though? Fuck if I know.
Husband?
Seem hard at work, good bug. Are you a hunter of sort? Of a simple sort. I am a pond catcher around these parts, the last remaining, in fact. Us few bellhearters are badly needing for fresh food, so my lone shell's carrying quite the responsibility. At least Shellwood's pond's still full of good meat, especially if your aim with a long pin's as good as mine. If you're heading out across the pond, be wary of the other catchers. They're all long lost to Farloom's haunting. Weak minds, the lot of them. Still, their long pins remain sharp enough. You've met Frey, miss. She's usually stocking useful items for travelers such as yourself. No, the fucking elevator. It's so annoying. No, I touched the water. Confused all of a sudden. Wait, where am I? No way, dude. All right. Didn't run into the door this time. Here you go. Have your fucking meat. Ah, what's this? The rasher of a courier, tied up tight. I can see its fat still dripping fresh. Alright. Only a crust nut will do. When scores of them could be gathered high atop those coral-crusted caves beyond the Grand Gate. Oh. Coral-crusted caves. Above the Grand Gate? Like, is it close to the gate, I wonder, or... Hmm. To the left of the gate area. If you're talking about right here, this is not unexplored. It's just nothing. Or if it is explorable, I don't know how, because I've checked it like 25 times, and there's literally nothing fucking there. Also, that's before the gate, not after. Where's my crust nut? I'm not sure what's up with that guy either. Oh, that's how you get up. This crest nut must be like... And what the fuck are they even talking about? He said beyond the Grand Gate, but... He did say Coral Cave. But I don't even know if... Where... None of this area is like a coral. Beyond is left from his perspective? Okay, chat. So you're saying that it's in the blasted steppes, even though he literally said that it's in the coral fucking place? Chat, some of you guys are taking things a little too literally. Yeah, we're getting a lot of rosaries. That's good. All right, let's go to the coral chambers up here. I don't think it's here. Maybe it isn't blasted steps. Maybe you guys are right. Wait, what? I could have sworn I saved this guy. Oh, scoop up more rosaries from your foes.
Toro.
I'm missing one rosary. I'm missing one frickin' rosary, dude. Wait, what? Magnetite dice. Oh shit, wait! Wait, we can... we can go back and gamba now. We have gamba cheats. Oh wait, that's where the gamble friend was. Never mind, I'm stupid. That was his dice. Well, that's sad. Where's the crust nut?
Friend. Friend.
Maybe over here? This is looking kind of crusty. Oh, Noo's here. Oh, welcome, Miss Grown-Up. Come to inspect the red rocky creatures like Noo. We have found a very big one. Fresh, but not too fresh. A pair of beasts attacked me here, burrowing through the stone with their spiral shells. I cut this one down and the other fled. Ooh, Ma, really? Noo wishes that she had the pair. She could have studied much. Unlucky to miss such a big feast of learnings. She and her like have red rocky shells to protect their softnesses. Inside is very sweet. Very hard to crack them open though, so it's best to wait. It's always best to wait. This is her sister, right?
Finished?
Minstress, why do you choose to live amidst these storm-swept caverns? Surely there are more hospitable places. Somewhere gentler, warmer, I'd only go soft. How else is one expected to maintain their wits? And this is not a place of hiding? That citadel up top seems no friend to the free or the strong who choose to remain apart. Aye, well yes, that's too a reason, though one that shames me some. Our grand citadel learnt well from the training of Pinstress's past, then it went and turned those teachings upon us. Despite our superior skills, our numbers have always been few and their strength overwhelmed. Of my once revered order, only 2 of us remain, wormed away in Farlam's forgotten corners, and my pinned sibling, she's lost herself to more peaceable pursuits. Off with you now, Needlebug. I've respect for you and your sharp blade, but my hospitality shouldn't be abused. What, do you want a song? I think I did this before, right? Well, maybe this is... Oh, I bet this is where it is. Crustnut, are you up here? Coral sways, clear water flows upon our river, free of time. Oh, the sands of Parak. Well, yeah, I thought maybe there was something over there. That was a bad idea, though. I don't know, I tried the double jump, but it didn't do no double jump. Alright. Oh. Kick the ball to another direction and loot it. I'm not meant to loot that ball. The ball is a mechanic. That wasn't obvious enough. Hunting. Dude! Oh my god, I'm trying to glide, but I don't glide. You have to double jump in order to glide, I'm pretty sure. I was supposed to poke on that. It's crazy how many, like, optional areas there are in this game. Do I go right? Do I go up? Guess we'll go right. Oh, where? Oh, we're here.
Friend. Friend.
What you got? Oh, a simple key. Wait, that's actually interesting though, because there's only one spot I think I know of a simple key left, but I don't think it's useful. Let's see, where does this take me? Oh. I've already used 3 simple keys. Aha! Finally, this spot that has been driving me crazy. And over there was just the memory locket. This is definitely a spot that you like fall down. As you get seared meat, you have to kill enemies with fire. Oh, hello. There, greetings, Chakra, and these drifts consumed by crust and sand. Crust! Crust nut! These caverns have returned to nature, but I see evidence of bold structures buried throughout. The shells of their builders rest in a tower above. A grand tribe they seemed, and strong fighters, I'm sure. Alas, they exist now only as hardened husks. Lament child wielding needle. We lived too late to match their claws. Oh, good thing I have enough for this. Oh, I can mark the tubes now.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Ooh, shalom. Oh, damn. Ooh. Oh, we're here. Entire desert for a crust nut. I'm surprised those guys don't do 2 damage.
Friend.
So much stuff.
Friend.
Where even out? Oh wait, this is the. The area is incredibly encrusted. Okay. Is this it? The crust nut. Jesus Christ, an entire area just for this frickin' nut. There's gotta be something else here. And up here was just nothing, right? They put an enemy in there. Yeah. Okay, there's the path. Okay, we gotta go down and around. Wait a second, though. How do I... Wait, I don't understand. I don't think I can get up there. I didn't want to take this. Okay, this elevator is really annoying. Honestly, I feel like they should have made it so these lifts, like, you have to, like, press a lever to activate them or something. Oh, I see.
Friend.
That's really cringe, dude. I'm like stuck inside it. Okay, well, we have... Area has a boss, of course it does. What is with this game and having absolutely horrible runbacks? Ah, this fucking elevator. I even tried to jump, dude. God, this... It's so annoying. Holy shit, bro. I feel like they could have at least given it like a 1-second activation time, so like at least if you're running through it. Oh, that interrupt. Oh, that was so lucky that didn't hit me. Whew. Oh, what is this? Oh, wait a sec. Does the wind ever change direction? I don't know if there's anything there then. At water's source and Coral's heart are Lord-born last two. That platform was kind of sus. But I mean, I don't know. Conch Cutter. Spiral weapon fashioned from a hardened conch spire. Thrown at an angle, it can ricochet and catch prey off guard. Oh, cool. There's a bench here? I mean, the web was glowing a little bit, but... Can't save and quit back now? Well, why is there a bench here, though? There's gotta be like a boss fight or something, no? Maybe not yet. Alright. Sands of Karak. Alright, well, we only are missing one more ingredient. Maybe we should go back to the guy so he can tell us where to get pickled muck maggot, because quite frankly, I don't really know. Also, there's the savage beastfly in the far fields. Maybe we should go do that. Alright. I'll be back in a sec, chat. Short break. Seems to be more to the left in the steps. No, that's... well, maybe. But it's like... when you try to go to the left there, it basically tells you, like, you can't go that way. All right, I'm back. Where to next, chat? I guess let's go turn in the item. Actually, I don't think this is the right one. Maybe it is. Bile water. No, I don't want to go there. Wait, did I lose my cocoon? Or did I guess I just have no rosaries. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Only place with maggots? Oh, yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying.
Has-been?
Alright, here you go. Crust nut, stale and dull, you'll be thinking, yes, but ground to the finest powder, that's when its tart taste blooms. You dally still. Okay, seek out a pickled muck maggot, the sacred treat revered and reviled for its intensity. It was a specialty of the chef Lugoli, long ago banished for culinary sacrilege. Rumors sing that the great chef retreated to their home caves in the dank midlands below. Oh, that's barely fucking helpful. That barely helps me. Kind of want to go back to Greymore. Like, what's this right here? I don't want to check that. Please tell me, my bench is still not back up at the top, right? I feel like it might be. I'm kind of scared. Oh god, I think it is. Oh, no. Oh, thank god.
Ada!
Give me all of your rosaries. How do I get up here? I really gotta, even with double jump, I gotta go all the way around, do I? Guess so. Any new abilities? We got a new, like, special move. Chalamet. What's up, Mitch? Yeah, I'm really enjoying the game. Well, that corpse had money in it. I wish more Destructibles had money in it. I really do feel like rosaries are a little, like, too uncommon in this game. That was a spool fragment. I guess we can go over, look over here. I don't remember what's even over here, but... I'm enjoying just exploring and taking my time. I have been here. It's just the way that the map is displayed is kind of weird, I think. Yeah, there was this door here. Am I gonna steal soul? Honestly, dude, I don't know. Steal soul in this game, like, I would need to do many more playthroughs before I even would attempt a steal soul run. Like, it's just so easy to die in this game. Yeah, it's so easy to get comboed out by stuff. And the thing is, in this game, there's no, like, In Hollow Knight, Steel Soul was honestly not that bad. Have I not? Really, I got that before. Steel Soul and Hollow Knight, all of the hardest fights are the dream fights, right? But the dream fights are all optional. Or, sorry, they're not well, they're optional, but they're also, like, they don't count as deaths. Oh yeah, of course people will do it. I'm not saying it's not doable. I'm just saying it's like 10 times harder than Hollow Knight. God, I love this nail moveset so much. Oh yeah, this is where we got one of our abilities, I think. Alright, I don't think there's anything here. A Mosso bug. Who's that? Oh, you know what? Let's go give some money to, let's go give some money to our boy. The one that calls you mistress? Oh, no, I don't remember where that is. Also, let's go back to the Weave Nest Alpha.
Ada!
Now that we have the new beast marks. Might have enough fleas for their next move. Yeah, maybe. Wait, this isn't where I want to go. Or wait, is it? Or yeah, it is. The spot on the ceiling in Bile water? You mean right here? I can't remember. Maybe we need to go back there and check. Wait, isn't that where the NPC is? But there's like no map up there, which is weird. Lady, my senses resound. You have grown further beyond the bounds of a bug. Permit me to gaze upon your nature that I may offer clarity. Oh shit, we get a yellow and a blue now? Oh, that's crazy. These upgrades are super good.
Miofene. Cadestre.
Okay. Mono almost got record today. Oh, dang. Oh. All right, then. All right. Well, can equip an extra charm, I guess. Steel rosaries. Harpoon into foes. Oh, when you do this. I guess. All right, I want to go back to and get some more money. We have a relic to turn in at Belheart.
Modella.
Still not sure what's up with this locked home either. By grace of your example and our history held full in mind, our song is yours as your name is sacred. Weaver Atla, may you be praised eternal. Flea sisters, flee until your strength is exhaust, so far you may escape at her last silken sight, to start anew, to sustain, to free of web and service eternal. Alright, we're gonna go to the Bellway. And we're gonna tube over here. And then we can go turn in a cylinder here to this guy, which maybe that will do something, I don't know. It'll at least give us some money. Dude, you keep saying Grimoire, and that's... What the fuck does that even mean? Oh, shit. Final audience. Attend the Sentinel's request. Hunter in red meet in halls high, the chamber of its fellows. The way shall be marked. Well, it was nice having money. Whatever, I'm gonna do the donation. I don't know what it's gonna do, but fuck it. Oi there, I was hoping we would meet here, Red Maiden. Rising at last to the heights of the Citadel and being amongst many of my brothers and sisters is a blessing indeed. Voice belies some hesitation in that belief, little pilgrim. You have now seen the reality of this broken place. What do you make of it truly? Do not judge me a doubter. The Citadel is a holy place indeed, resplendent and vast beyond my wildest hopes, but yet the grand halls ache with silence, and I see suffering in the shadows wherever I peer too deeply. Fear and pain. Why were these things allowed into our paradise? Have my brothers and sisters not yet earned their holy reward? Please don't go too far, sister. Right here is the only safety you'll find within this whole cursed place. Hold on, I'm gonna go kill a few of these guys real quick. I want to try to hit him with the harp. Wait. Where's the enemies? Yeah, I don't know how that works. It said meet me at the top of the high halls. Well, you have to free the... Did you give the robot his heart? Wait, is that what I track him with right here? Oh yeah. This isn't where I needed to go, but I just kind of wanted to get some money. I'll be honest though, chat, I have no idea how this tool works. Oh, it's the spell strike, I guess. The silk skill, maybe? I don't think it's the L2, because I was doing that and it wasn't doing anything. God, I always do this. I always go too high. Hello. Here you go.
That's fine.
Oh, I didn't buy the last cylinder from the guy. I forgot. I also still have the Seeker's Soul. We're still missing a craft. Still missing a craft metal as well. There's like a location where we can craft something. Sing to the giants. Where is that? Is that in the Citadel?
Ada!
Hmm. Just taking the elevator. These guys don't drop shit. Wait, this is where the giant was, not... Are you guys sure there's a giant here? Yeah, you have to go down from White Ward to get to that other statue.
Fadastama.
I have Maker clearly... I didn't mean to skip that. Clearly it was a climb never intended for regular bugs, and fair fortune that the skills gifted within your lands allowed my ascent. The melody and the voices, both are fine things heard and witnessed. Even in this fading moment, their artistry shines through. Impressive, industrious, eternal. You have seen a glimpse, Bugred, of us, how once we were, the minds of architects inspired, what majesty we did create. Oh, we can buy the key, chat. We need a craft metal for this too. Oh, it's a crest. Spin the needle as a screw, shredding foes, spend silk to rapidly craft new tools. Oh. Kind of moves you forward a little bit when you do it. I wonder if that like if the forward movement like counteracts the pushback. Hold with charge and down attack. I wish I knew what you were saying, but I don't. Oh, you can charge the down attack. I see. Interesting. I still feel like I like the Wanderer one the most. All right, well, Chad, I don't really know where to go anymore. Also, I don't remember what this. I wonder what this pin I put up here is. I don't remember. I mean, the simple key is for this door right here, which leads to an area we already completed. So it's pointless. Yeah, I guess we could go do the deliveries. Okay, you guys are saying like mist, but like that doesn't do anything for me. Why not do the wish? I mean, yeah, we could do the final audience. Kind of sucks. Well, actually, it's fine. We can just go get the elevator. Right stick doesn't do anything. Thing is, I don't have like memory lockets. Well, actually, no, I have 2. That's triple red. Ooh, interesting. It's kind of cool. I might switch back to the architect if I get more. Dude, okay. Stop fucking backseating in the chat. I swear to God. Okay. I will ask you if I need help. Okay, let's go. It's like, well, and also like if you're going to backseat, well, okay, first off, don't backseat at all. But you know, if I ask for help, I don't want you to tell me exactly where to go, necessarily. Just kind of like the general area. I would still like to figure it out, but you know, maybe we could play hot and cold. But I don't want to. I don't need you to tell me exactly where to go. All right. I did a few of them weird. The Wanderer, the Wanderer is like having quick slash. It's just insane. Although I don't know which direction I was supposed to go. So. Yeah, they're decent for farming rosary. I think there's definitely better spots, but it's not bad. That might have been a little bit too much face tank there. Charged normal attack. I mean, you can do a charged attack. Like a flurry. You're a gilded one.
That's fine.
I had thought I was answering your summons as a friend, or at least an ally, but now that we stand together in this place, I can sense your intent. You mean to raise your blades against me? Am I your enemy then? Defense of the sacred citadel and the voices that fill it is the eternal duty of the sentinels. Termination is the necessary fate of all those enthralled by the whispering silk. You believe me haunted, a slave to the pale threads? I think you are more perceptive than that. My silk is my own, as is my will. Unsure is the sentinel. Both haunted and innocent you seem. With regret, the sentinel must test the strength of your will. was going so well, too. That's tragic. Oh. Dude, it's so weird. Like, I'm trying to do the sprinting attack and it just... And now I'm confused. What causes the sprinting attack? You need enough soul to do it? I think you have to be like... close enough to the enemy. Base equals tank. Hey, Evangeline, thank you for the sub, man. By the purity of your will, the clarity of your intent, you are innocent of the silken curse. Veiled has this sentinel, your judgment will it accept.
Danny Frank.
It's truly failure, Gilded One. You mean to test me and have done so. I would expect nothing less of a true guardian. The matter is resolved, there is no need for death. Stand and let us part as friends. You got any loot for me? Accept a token of the Sentinel's order. As friends, let us part. Reserve bind. Able to hold a bind's worth of silk used when healing is needed. Oh shit! Wait, that's actually kind of pog. It gives you a full heal worth of energy extra. I assume. I mean, you only get one though. But like, that seems really useful for boss fight. Okay, you know what? I want to go see what's... The protection bell? What, when you bind, you mean? Let me hit you! Yeah, I've used it. I don't think it's that crazy though, no? Oh, this is... I've came back here multiple times. This is where I can craft the tool. That was a little... That was a little dangerous. You first tried most bosses and you think that's why? But the thing is, even if you have the shell on and they hit you, you just don't take damage. But you still don't get the heal. At least from my experience. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, Ryut. Yeah, I have the fast heal. The thing is, okay, to be truthful though, chat, I don't really feel like healing is pretty safe in this game. Like, I don't feel like there's too many times where I try to heal and I get hit. Mainly because you can use it midair. You just heal once? Well, I mean, it's rare to get hit because you're in the air. But yeah, I was using the protection charm for a while. I like trying different stuff. I've been trying like everything, so. I'm not sure what's up with this harpoon though. Like, for this tool, the snitch pick, I have no idea how this works. think it's bugged. It might be. Or maybe it like, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. All right. What's bottom left in Underworks? I can't remember. Yeah, we could go see where the fleas are going. I don't know if they're gonna move yet. We found like 1 or 2 more. What's up, Blue? Yeah, it seems like there's an insane amount of secrets in this, Blue. I did the first Sinner fight today. That was really fun. I don't know if you did that one. Oh, Miss Hornet, wonder at how large our caravan has grown. So bold and boisterous, this gilded chamber can barely contain us all. The many fleas are itching to journey once more, to find a space to stretch their wings. Major story spoilers? Oh, okay. Oh, that's the one you were talking about before. I see. Yeah. Yeah, the first Sinner fight was super cool. I don't know when you did the fight. For me, it wasn't too bad. I mean, it still took me a little while, but the like hook, or I don't know what the ability's called, but the hook move is insanely good. The grapple, yeah, the grapple is like disgustingly good for that fight. From here as their leader, I'm hesitant to order us so swiftly away. These heights hold too much danger to set forth without a safe goal held clear in mind. What of you, Miss Hornet? Your task carries you throughout this kingdom. Have you ever encountered a place appropriate? Unfortunately not, Flea Master. I've visited many of this kingdom's caves and none would offer the safety and space you require. If I ever come upon such a place, I will let you know. Oh shit, we need to find their home. You have luck, Miss Hornet. To lack the fur of we fleas, all the blowy sand of that place is getting very stuck inside. We already read that before. Ooh. Time to listen to them sing. Alright, well, there's nowhere we can take them, I guess. The fleas are so eager to journey, and I'm eager to see them to a destination safe. Alright, well... I hope the fleas are gonna be safe. I hope they don't all get eaten. No, I did not find the pickle maggot yet. Okay, I don't know. Maybe we should go to Bile. Well, wait, what missions do we have left? Oh, the Savage Beastfly. Okay, yeah, let's go do that real quick. I went to Farfields before to do that, and then I think I got, like, distracted. Unexplored areas in the slab. I thought this... yeah. Do you have to get captured to get to the slab, though? quests left in Belhart? Are you talking about the delivery missions? Oh my god, I'm just fucking going all over the place, dude. Rail's End. Child-wielding needle, I have caught fresh scent of my master in these stricken swamps beside the citadel. I ask you to now to follow to meet together at Trail's End. Oh. Okay, maybe we'll do some delivery missions. Since we're here. Deliverings for the way station in the fields at Farloom's Edge, a small rest stop still serving. Journey is maybe not so very hard for you, Miss Courier. We think you is perfect for this wish. Where am I going? Over here? Barfield? We'll probably just go through Greymore and then drop down, I guess. Not sure this is where I should have gone, but... We're almost there. All good. What a blessing to see a familiar face in this treacherous climb. Greetings, sir. I see you've begun your pilgrimage. Not quite unharmed. I've suffered in my fair share of scrapes and burns. That's just the nature of the journey, I suppose. But I've seen so much. Great metal structures and vast scorched fields. The grandeur of it all is humbling indeed, even for one like me who is so humble to begin with. I'll rest here just a little longer before resuming my climb. Never shared my name with you, did I? Awfully remiss of me. It's Pilby. Been nice spending time with you, miss. Likewise, sir. It's been some time since I had such ample opportunity for friendly conversation. My name is Hornet. It is good to be properly acquainted at last. Hornet, eh? Strong name that. It certainly suits you, miss. I have a long way to go and much more to see. For now, though, let's just rest a little while. Is it this guy in here that I gotta deliver it to? I think there's a way to... Oh yeah, you can keep the door open. For Pilgrim, I bring supplies from Belhart for the aid of travelers who pass this way station. Such service, it seems our prayers do not go completely unheard. Many a small wish will be granted by these supplies. Broke his door. Hey, he's charging for it. For your efforts, take these rosaries as payment. May they not lay too heavy upon your shell. Alright, let's go back to Belheart. Wait, is this like... Are these supply quests infinitely repeatable? Just for money? Or is this actually like... Does anyone know? Oh yeah, because it's Bone Bottom again. Because we already did... Yeah, I think they actually are. The Queen's Egg... Well, yeah, the red one didn't, but that's not what I'm talking about. He's got requested times a many for this. A queenie egg of those eaters of silk, wish from big sticky creature, near many roaches caged, wants it muchly. The creature, I've met them, a timid fawning sort. Nonetheless, their tending of silk eaters can be a benefit for me. The queen delivered could improve their harvest, I too would gain from the trade. Miss Courier and big sticky creature, both are like to liking things so grossly gross. We think yous are muchly strange. Sinner's Road. Okay, well, we go back to the halfway home. Go back to the halfway home and then go up to Sinner's Road. We already... Didn't really want to go through this way again, but... I guess it's not that bad. Okay, all the way to the right. And up. I don't know about Steel Soul Route, honestly. I mean, I would like to try it, but I don't really feel like confident in trying a Steel Soul run. There's too many difficult bosses. And honestly, like, there's no dream bosses in this game. Oh, that was so close to hitting me. I mean, I could take a few hits at least. Well, I don't even know if that other fight was a dream fight, really, chat. We got it here in... Oh, it's this... Right, it's this guy. Sir, I have brought a queen's egg at request of Belhart's couriers. It was a hazardous journey, but the creature inside has made it here alive. How sublime to think that my dear mistress would be the one to deliver the precious package. I had feared for the competence of those feeble couriers. It surprises me to know you correspond with them. I must wonder where else you go and who else you speak to after you scurry back up into the darkness. My whispers travel far, mistress. You need not worry yourself with my comings and goings. All I do is in your service. Now please, give her to me, the little queen. With this, so caringly delivered by the mistress, our nest can be expanded. It is done. Our nest is larger and the little queen begins her toil. More morsels can I grow for you now. Are you pleased with me, my mistress? You are diligent at your work and have raised no claw against me. If it remains so, I will have no reason to be displeased. Then my work will continue, for I am your ever-devoted slave. Mistress, as the morsel I grew worthy, you must consume. Consume and become stronger. This is how I will serve my mistress. While you hunt, I will prepare morsels, always preparing them for my mighty mistress. Continue this work if it pleases you, sir, but do not call me your mistress, for I am not. But you are, mistress. You are strong, and I am weak, a slave. Always your slave. Slave must feed his mistress. Morsels will I grow. While you hunt, I am working, always. Thank you. All right. Yeah, you got a silk eater here. Let's see, do they have anything else? I think it's just the normal ones now, right? Oh. Oh shit, 360. Delivery deadly, dangerous, fiercely cold. For old bug up there that does not need it much. Serves us all he does, so we serve back. Great test for you, Miss Courier. Most challenging challenge this. The lacquer to brings is sloshy slosh, a hard carry even for the best. I have met this maker. His is a long service, worthy of respect. I will be glad to aid his efforts. Only take 3 hits. Oh god. Oh, that's horrible. There's a short... I think we unlocked a shortcut here, though, so it's not as bad. But, I mean, it's still kind of bad. Alright, well, we've already gone to the Grand Gate, so let's go do it again, I guess. You just have to explore, hide in dark. Why does that water... Why does that water count? I don't get it. Hit the wall. Alright, I'm just gonna reset. I'm not even gonna try. I don't... Oh, god damn it, dude. The funny thing is, every time I did that before, I never ran into that, but... Oh. How do I break it? You can totally cheat. Yeah, you could cheat with the bench warp, but... I just want it to break, dude. Where the fuck are the enemies, man? Ugh. Hit a wall? That's what I was trying to do. I can't even do it on purpose. There was no walls. Not hitting the fucking water this time. The Grand Gate. Kinda scuffed. Ooh. Okay, we gotta go up. I was not expecting him to fly directly into me, but that's great. Oh, where am I going? Oh, right. This is the weird... I remember. The delivery to the mask guy. Oh god. Okay. I think we just go up. Wait, we have to go down. That's great. The fuck do you... Oh yeah, you have to go from above. That guy followed me so... Oh, Jesus. I'm fucking... We can't go up here. Well, we don't get frozen anymore because we have double jump. Yeah. Yeah. We should prac. Want to go down the bottom. I guess you can't go. I guess you have to go all the way up and around, actually. I feel like it might. Without the freeze pressure, yeah. Maybe it depends. Maybe you can do it with. I know that's not how you're supposed to do it, obviously. This is kind of brutal, though.
Oh, caravan, bro. Tingin baru. Sekarang bro. Apa lah den?
I didn't have any silk. My ability didn't work.
Tingin baru. Mana den? Kanan. Udah lah.
I went. I went too far, dude. Oh, I do this every time, man. What's wrong with me?
Sekarang bro.
All right, you know what? I'm gonna go get some water, and then we're gonna try again. I'm gonna refresh. Okay, I'll be right back. All right. What's up, Nico? A little sus. I always get confused here. Okay. Stealth. I don't need to know. Metal Gear Hornet. Oh my god, I almost did it again. Am I going? I'm going to deliver some paint. Something like that. Forgot about the timer. Yeah, not having the timer, the freeze timer here definitely makes this a lot more comfy. Yeah, it's really nice that you don't take cold damage. Thought that was a craft medal there. Okay. Oh yeah, now we just take the slide. Oh, Jesus. Maybe we don't take the slide. We made it!
Cadestre.
Maker, I bring a delivery from Belheart below. Lacquer for your long work. Good, good. To seal, to protect. May Farloom's fresh faces gleam bright. Take reward for service made visitor. Gift for you to spend or to treasure. Fine face yours, not of my work, not of this kingdom's craft, not now at least, but the deeper form, distant relationships, some form of Farloom and our old-legged stewards. Now to work, the masks are needed. All deserve a face, a chance to be. Until I wither, for the faceless, I shall provide. All right. Nope. That was fun. That wasn't too bad. Hey, we actually, you know, I will say these delivery missions help you learn like where you are in the world pretty well. I wonder if there's another one or if that's it. I guess that's it. Hornet can scale walls. Yeah, it only works on certain walls though, which is kind of weird. I gotta get the cylinder from the thief vendor. Yeah, we can go to Blasted Steps real quick and get that. Have I finished the game? I have, but only the bad ending. I assume he sells infinite of these. Yeah. All right, chat. Okay, let's go to Far Fields and hunt down this beast fly. I've been wanting to do that for a while, but every time I want to do it, I get distracted. I wonder where they are, though. That I can follow his markings. Yeah, I have the lava immunity charm. Man, that faster bind is actually like... is quite a bit faster for sure. Crack. Oh, there we go. Where is this frickin' guy? Oh. Hey, game and all. I'm cooked. Maybe not. Oh, he's so good. This fucking beast fly. Yeah, lava charm probably would have been a good idea. Oh well. I'm actually shocked that I had enough iframes there. Barn fragment. Elhart's wish wall. Hey, Wronged, thank you for the 4 months, man. And Moose says the cow, thank you for the sub. Thank you for all the subs, guys. I'm sorry I haven't really been doing a good job keeping up with all the subs, but thank you guys. Alright. Let's go to Belhart and turn that in, and then we'll go to Bile Water.
There.
Little slim.
Oh, you get a mass shard from that. Oh, 2 more mass shards.
Final Pineculasos.
Alright, back to Bile Water. My favorite place. Our quest. Oh, that's great. It's okay. Is there a ring here? Wait, I haven't been here. I wonder if the water cures you of the maggots. Hello. Oshanka, hornet-wielding needle, for that is your name, is it not? I've heard it spoken in this land with reverence. I'd hope you would accept my summons in these moments. One is good, but two is best. I would not deny the wish, Chakra. A somber ceremony seemed likely at this trail's end, and I am sadly proved correct. This then is your master?
Yes.
The fiercest of my tribe, here she lies. I called her master true, but she was a mother just as much, more by far than the bug who bore me. Among the many marvels of this kingdom, she found a fine place to meet her end.
Yes, go.
Ended by age. My tribe would call that shame, but I see only strength unbeaten. Even as her shell betrayed her, she walked this kingdom's breadth. It was her trail followed that allowed me to share witness to its dignity. Hornet-wielding needle, you two have journeyed these many paths as my master before us. Join me now for her song sending. Time for her soul to walk beyond her shell. That was a nice little song.
Wishka.
During this moment, I shall have you accept a gift, one I had believed I would never pass. You would take these rings and the learnings to make more. They are built of a clever method devised by my master and will crush hard this kingdom's toughest shell. Use them and she is remembered. My thanks, Chakra. To gain a tool so defined by its owner, I am much grateful. They shall prove a great aid on my journey. The rowing ring. Yo, cool. Definitely have to try that out. Whoa, where are you going? Alright. Well, I don't want to run back through this fucking shithole, so... What is this place? Is this mist? Looks kind of misty. Oh yeah, let me equip the rings. Yeah. Yeah, we still gotta find the maggot. Oh, you know what? Hold on. There's one other thing I want to go. We got one more... We learned one more crest, so I want to go back to that. We might be able to get a second weapon slot for Wanderer. Might be kind of nice. Oh, this game is so fucking good, chat. I was like, you know, after I finished the game yesterday, I was thinking to myself, like, you know, that was really fast, but At the same time, like, I knew there was a lot of optional stuff. I can't wait to see the true ending. Lady, my senses resound. You have grown further beyond the bounds of a bug. Permit me to gaze upon your nature. I think it's gonna set our save location here. Ooh. Evolve the crest of hunter. Strike enemies repeatedly to become focused. Right, yeah. So, wait, how is that evolved, I wonder?
Magina Fora.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just like stronger. I'm really not sure. Oh shit. I don't know, I gotta say, Wanderer, just like the speed of it, just I don't want to use anything else. Like the Wanderer moveset feels so nice. Just having fast, quick hits. It just feels so good. I don't know, Wanderer just it's just like, just so good. Basically just the knight you're used to, yeah, basically. Yeah, I mean it's, but it's not just the moveset, it's the speed. Like, I don't know if the other crests actually deal more like physical damage, like the Reaper one, for example, because the Reaper one is really fucking slow. But it
Ada!
I don't even think it does more damage. I like the Reaper one, but just you can feel the slow, like when you're pogoing as Reaper, it just feels kind of rough. It does give a ton of silk though, that's true. The orb drops are actually really nice. Oh, this is mist. The mist. Oh, that's not good. Oh, interesting. It resets you to before the place. Oh, whoops. Interesting. It goes... Where the fuck am I? God, I feel like there's gonna be no map for this place. Oh, jeez. I don't like that very much. can go through the fucking wall too. That's crazy. See, wait, like, cause when we when we fell down, when we fell down, we were in a different area. I knew I wasn't crazy. This place is a fucking nightmare. Oh wait, we're here now. There's no... Is this like a Lost Woods type of situation where like the level is repeating itself? Because that's kind of the vibe I'm getting right now. And they didn't notice us. Okay. Are we back? We're back at the start. This place is so confusing. Oh, this looks new. Champ. Oh, wow. my god, dude. Yeah, you take 2 damage if you don't have any silk for them to like suck. Oh, it spawns at the start. Okay, well that was... I wasted it last time. That's okay though. Oh god. Yeah, it's a really cool area. I dig it. Oh yeah, let me try the rings. I haven't actually tried them yet. I've been pretty bad at using the tools during my run, to be honest. I think I just need to go to the left, but I'm not 100% sure. Okay. Oh god, no! No! Not the fucking poo-poo. There's something over here? Wait, what? Okay, Did that lead back to the mist? Exhaust organ. Look like levers. Insane how many areas this game has, truly.
hell is that thing? That lace? Oh yeah, we're definitely on the... I feel like we're on the track for true ending then if we're in this area. Wait a second. Is this... That's just the pipe where I was, right? Or no, wait. No, this is different. Oh, shit. Whoa, what the? Bill lady. Oh. Frost Stitch. Bind silk around the needle to deflect enemy attacks and instantly strike back. Oh, interesting. It's a parry move or something. Oh, wait, I don't want to go. Okay, hold on. I gotta check that. Oops. I gotta check the secret room, chat. Oh no! Ow! Nice. Oh yeah, it is like a parry. It's literally a parry. Damn. That's pretty cool, dude. How many crests do I have? 6. I was gonna say, have I been here before? Okay, well. How do I... There. I missed a part to the left of... Oh, fuck, you're right. There is a path there. Time to go back. Yeah, you can get all the endings in one playthrough if you do it properly. But that might be a bit less likely in like a first playthrough. Yeah, no, you can do the final boss. Fine. Pretty obvious what the final boss is, yeah. In my opinion. Oh wait, this is just back to Sinner's Road? Well, maybe there's something up that I... think so.
Mariga.
I don't think this is any... Yeah, like I've already been here. That was cool, like we got a skill, which is neat, but it's not any closer to true ending. I don't know, Chad, I think we're getting close to the point where I'm gonna need some, like, help. Is the muck maggot in bile water? Well, I'm not missing anything above Bile Haven. I've been there. That's where the NPC is. The meat NPC. People keep saying Grimoire, but what does that mean? There's a whole area. Okay, that's cool, but you guys are just like... Could be like, oh, go to the high halls and look around, or go here and look around. But instead it's like, do you know of this fucking name of this area that you've never heard of? You should go there. People have been telling me to go to Grimoire the whole time, but like, yeah, I saved the fat flea. The thing, so we've saved enough fleas where they can travel again, but we need to find like a home for them. Maybe it's right here, I guess. Maybe I can go up here. Because I can't go left here. But I could have sworn I tried going up in this area and there wasn't anything. Maybe there is, though. Yeah, let's go see if there's any quests. Oh my god. Where did all these fucking come from? The Wailing Mother. Horrible cries have been heard from that prison beside the Citadel. Our dear merchant left to scavenge treasures from the memoriam. She's been gone for too long. Okay. Balm for the wounded. For the sake of our ailing brothers and sisters, I will descend into the Holy White Ward and search for healing supplies. If you're able, please join me. Company will make the work merrier. Okay. Well, I mean, this is good. This gives us a direction, right? So a lot of the quests have shown me like new areas that I haven't been to. So let's go to the memoriam. I was gonna say, that looks kind of breakable. Oh shit. Wait, what is this? Ooh. Volt vessels. Oh shit. Convertible orbs containing electricity. Look at that. I didn't even mean to come in here. Well, I was just looking around and then we found a fucking secret. Hell yeah. Oh, fuck. Okay. She's gotta be... Wait. Do I hear her? I'm pretty sure Grimoire is real because people keep talking about it constantly. It's always funny, the game, like, when you're doing these tracking things, they'll have you go up just to go back down. I've been here. Yeah, it wants me to jump off. I'm just looking around. I like how when you parry, they just miss you. I'm standing like completely fucking still and they still misses me. Oh god. Die, dude.
Rolo. Doscole.
Well, well, if it isn't my very own shadow, the clever little red cloak. You still follow me around trying to pinch away some of the goodies I sniff out? You mistake my intent, ma'am, somewhat ungenerously. The pilgrims of the settlement below were worried by your long absence. It was on their behalf that I tracked you again. That's so. What a worrying bunch of busybodies they are. I'm still able to fend for myself. And yet, perhaps 'tis a warm thing that I remain in their thoughts, so I hadn't expected that. I can't deny that you two have done me a good turn once more. That awful flock almost had me, truth be told, and I still have to wonder at your intentions, dear one, but bless you, all the same. Do this and you're sent to a retirement. Now, why don't you hurry back to the shrine and let them all know what a good job you've done? There might be a few more goodies to gather up on my way back, and I don't need you lingering around in the meantime. Blessings and farewell.
Rolo.
What's over here? Ooh. Ew. Ooh. Putrefied ducts. What? Another area? They're still gonna be adding DLC, I know. This game is gonna be so big. Dude, that enemy is so annoying. Holy shit. Like, I can't... If only you had a ranged weapon. Yeah, you make a good point. I only have 8 of them though, but... Oh, wow. That's cool though. It puts down like a... Yeah, I'm using the Wanderer's Crest. I can't believe there's an area just off to the side here. So many people are going to see that item and just think, that's it. That's such like a hard jump to do, actually. You have to be like right on the edge. Can't be the intended way to get there. Maybe not. Maybe there's probably another way. Oh god. There's maggots. I don't know if I can parry this guy. Holy shit. This enemy is driving me fucking crazy. Holy shit. How tanky is this thing? They come back? Yeah, Steel Soul is an actual unlockable. Might as well play it safe. Oh. Oh shit. Open all of Farloom's bellways. Yo. Hopefully we can find the map. Not very good at using this thing. You're diagonal? Yeah, apparently. I think I actually need to get grabbed. Old map. Oh, nice. Dude, these enemies. Wait, have I... Oh. Oh. Wait, so can you break that from here? Is that how you get in? I think... Oh, fuck. Oh, that's where you get the key, I see. Dude, this enemy is like... They're so dodgy. Well, damn it. That's okay. We have a bench close by, I think. Can't hit me from there, you gotta come out. There's an up path. Nailed it. Oh, Jesus. Wreath of Purity. Fragile band woven of reed and leaf crafted to repel muck maggots. If broken, the wreath will be repaired while resting on a bench. Yo! Maggot immunity. I'm not actually hitting him, I'm just hitting the rope. Come back, please. You know, probably would be better just to go back to the bench, but come on. Oh, this is how you're meant to do it. That's how you're meant to do it without the skip. Oh, God. What is this? Oh, craft metal. Nice. We need 3 though, and we only have 1. But we have a bench pretty close by. Visitors, spiders, watch these waters flow, cleansing, binding as silk from shell, memories of our kingdom
fine.
calm. The flea master and his caravan sought for caves offering space and safety. This calm lake and shore may prove suitable! Yo! We found the flea's home! Awoo! They have to go through bile water. They probably like it. It's fine. All right. Well, let's go tell them. Let's go get them over here. I wonder if we'll be able to. We'll probably be able to go with them again. Lessons.
Wenera.
Flea Master, if your troop is still prepared to travel, I have discovered a cave beyond the citadel at the edge of some ancient aqueducts. That place may well suit your needs for safety. The trek would be long, but once reached, you will find a sandy shore free of predators beside a wide, clear lake. It is as peaceful a place as I've seen throughout these fraught lands. That's it. It must be. Our destination has at last been set. Our journey can continue. True friend of fleas you are, Miss Hornet. That place shall welcome us, no doubt. Will you be joining us for this new journey? I would love to. Imagine saying no. Marvelous. We fleas shall be overjoyed to have your company on the road. Now our new home is calling. We must travel. Holy crap, it's getting cramped in here.
Yanaga Noshke.
What a beautiful spot you've gifted us, Miss Hornet. Safe apart from the dark and death of the lands beside, a place for fleas to grow smart and strong. Here we shall see our travels end, for in Farloom there could be no finer place to settle. Glad the location suits Flea Master. It is a calming thing to know these many fleas may survive. Most bugs of Farloom seem destined for far bleaker fates. Indeed, a hopeful future awaits, and only because of yourself and your efforts. To commemorate our arrival, it would be my pleasure to perform a small service for you. I've been learning to sew, and the little fleas have been gathering materials for me. I thought I could add an extra pocket to your tool pouch to make your travels a little easier. Trifling favor, much less than you deserve, but still I hope it meets your satisfaction. Thank you. Fleetopia! At longest last have our flea roamings ended. Every sandy grain and stinky squelchy maggot was worth to endure to claim such a home. It's time for rest and celebrate. None have earned such more than you, Miss Hornet. Raise your flask and drink most heartily with us. Alright, time to jam. Wait, where's Big Boy? Oh, there he is. Wait, what did he just say? He said something about a ritual. Oh god. Soon the ritual, bold, loud, and strong. Please no. These fleas better be safe, I swear to God. I'm gonna have a little sauna. Aw, what a nice place for the fleas. I'm so happy. Oh, they even have a sign. Oh. Alright, well, we got a few more quests to do. There's a wailing creature in the slab. We still need to get the pickled muck maggot. Go to the slab. Where was the crest nut? The crest nut was... I think you need double jump for the crest nut, but it's at the sands of Karak. You have to go all the way to the left in the blasted steps. And then you can get there. Game is fantastic. It really is. It's so good. I'm loving all this optional stuff. There's so much stuff to explore. It's crazy. Just like new area after new area. Where's double jump? Double jump is in the mountain. The snowy place, Mount Faye. Well, a lot of people are probably just gonna play the game. I wouldn't be surprised if there's gonna be a lot of people who just like beat the final boss and then they just stop and don't do all the, like, there's so much missable stuff here in this game. It's crazy. How'd you get the harpoon? I think that was in... Where was the harpoon, actually? Was that in Sinner's Road? I don't know. It was somewhere on, like, the right side of the map, I think. Yeah, I checked on my spider servant. Okay, I don't really know where to go for this quest. It just says somewhere in the slab. I tracked by its slime trail. Yeah, I can hear it. I don't know where it is though. I mean, it's maybe he's up at the top. I don't know what percent I'm at. I don't have percentage unlocked. I mean, I definitely think we've made a fair bit of progress though, because we almost have all the mask shards. Oh, god damn it. Oh, we definitely should have grabbed the bench. There's no way up here, sadly. Oh, wait, maybe... You get cursed, you have to give the baby to the purple flower lady. That hit me. Oh. Rude mother's eye. I don't know if I like the Volt tool that much. I think it could be pretty dang good though for like Gauntlet fights. All right. Citadel's White Ward. Okay, down there. Yeah, I think the travel in the game is fine with the bells, the tubes plus the other one. And you can quit out to go back to the bench. Honestly, though, I feel like they should have just added an item to take you back to the last bench. Or like a spell, like they should... I don't know, I don't know. It just feels like it should be part of the game. Like a mechanic and not like quitting out. Like a homeward bone. Yeah, and there's no dream gate either. And like, it's not that big of a deal, it's just weird. I was trying to parry, but I was failing miserably. Yeah, Steel Soul 100. Steel Soul in this game is gonna be hard enough as it is, and like Steel Soul 100%, that's gonna be more fucked up. How do I... How do I get to that left side? Because I was there before. Can I call the elevator? Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. I remember this now. Okay. Well, let's do a loop just to double check. Also, I'm curious what that pin is down there. Can't remember what that is. Hey, Allens, thank you for the sub, man. You're super fast. Yeah, I have an item called the Silk Speed Anklets, and it makes you sprint faster. You get it in, where was it actually? In Farfields, I think. I think it was Farfields. At this song door. But a small game? No. Cost $20 because the devs are based. Harder than Hollow Knight? Yeah, this game is a lot harder than Hollow Knight. Okay. They're all already multimillionaires? Yeah, but that doesn't... That doesn't stop other companies from, like, making their game $80 and doing, you know, 2-day early access for an extra 20, whatever. Come on. Have I not been here? Oh, Sherma! Oi, Red Maiden, have no fear, 'tis only I, Sherma. Found healing supplies, but then the way back collapsed, and I heard moaning from the dark. Oh, how thankful I am to see you. Oh gosh. Hold your gratitude, little one, the dead are stirring. Like how Sherma's just chilling, thinking. Oh, Red Maiden, sorry to have lured you into such danger, and those poor bugs, bewitched by the thread, no sin could possibly warrant such a fate. Your pity is not misplaced, but better suited for another time. For now, you should look to your own care. Yeah. I should get these healing supplies back to the pilgrim settlement above. My brothers and sisters have waited long enough.
That's fine.
Can you safely make your way back to the settlement, little one? I could escort you if need be. Oh no, I'll lay no more of my troubles upon you, Red Maiden. With the way cleared, I can return under my own guidance. After all, what's another pilgrimage, eh? Oh, and I have something for you as well. I found it buried amongst the broken relics down here in the darkness, glowing with a pale light. It's an odd-looking thing, not exactly holy-seeming, but I would be honored if you accepted it all the same. Oh, nice. More silk. Dude, our silk bar is fucking massive. Did I check my marker? Yeah, I think that's the surgical key. Like we used that to open that door. Or I don't know, that's the door that we went in, I'm pretty sure, isn't it? You didn't? Well, does anyone know what this is? Because I don't think it's anything. I think it's just some weird, like... Oh yeah, this thing. Yeah. We don't have the key. Yeah, I got the craft metal. Oh, you can re-angle it. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. I was wondering how it was going diagonal. I didn't realize you hit it yourself. We have 2 upgrades. Can you make it horizontal? I don't know, maybe if I hit it twice. Okay. Well, let's go back to Songclave, I guess. Keep all that help and you're going to start inspiring it in others. Best you think serious about what effect you might be causing, Bellringer. Too much hope could prove a dangerous thing, especially for all these bugs starved so long of it. Sir, I have opened the way above these halls and bested the White Knight that stood as guardian. Child of the monarch, she claimed herself at the end, and her shell suggested a true, a being born purely from silk woven tight. If such a feat is possible, I've seen life woven from silk before, but tiny, transient, never like this. Aye, Bellringer, you've slain a marvel indeed, well, flawed marvel at least. One to keep far from she was, least for us mortal sorts, look of a child and a mind to match, but her's been up wandering the citadel longer than most. Even in its long silence, wayfore you came around and roused its ire. Might have seen herself this place's protector, keeping it clean and quiet as she did. Horse quiet meant crossing her path found a painful end from her pin. I'd be saying thanks for the slaying, but with all the other husks now awoken and enraged, a bug's chances ain't grown by much. What's that you got there, Bellringer? Stole someone else's soul for yourself. You speak of the remnant I found in the muck-choked caves beside the citadel? It's a soul siphoned from a once powerful bug. It's only a thin mix now, but there's still some strength left. At peak, their talents must have been impressive. Aye, they was that. I knew the bug is in prime, long time back, braver than most, and as little a fan of the citadel as you yourself. When seeking alliance with those basic bugs of the swamps, thought they'd both gain from the Union, scheming defiance or some such stupidity. Now he's as dead as he was daft. Don't go trying to make friends in Farloom, Bellringer. Nothing good comes of it. Here they limply lay. Yeah. Welcome back, Red Maiden, and thank you again for coming to my aid. I'm no healer, but with the supplies we found in the ward below, even my unlearned claws can ease the suffering of our brothers and sisters. That such darkness could creep into this most holy of places, even though we pilgrims kept our promise to ascend. Confess, I wonder at the meaning of it all, but enlightenment does not come easily, or all at once. I should just continue my task in the meantime. Of all these marvelous healing supplies, surely they at least are some proof of the Citadel's holy nature. Alright, well, we still need the muck maggot, and no more quests here. Oh, I've returned with all sorts of new goodies too. Let's see if anything... I was gonna say, maybe she has the ornate key, but no. There's a craft medal. Hold this while making music and soon you'll hear its function. Amplifies song? Send it out full and bright, ideal if you're ever planning on performing for a crowd. Oh shit. Oh shit. Now I'm so curious. All of those like locations where it said to use music, now I'm wondering... Order passed down by the holy conductors. Okay, I think we want this. I assume we can give the holy commandment to one of the bugs. Somebody who doesn't, like, listen to us. Okay, that was a little I was a little face tank mode there. I want to punish them when they're in the air, but it's so like... From these guys for 2 hours to buy stuff. I'm gonna kill these guys like one more time so I can just get that item I want. Close to the craft metal spot. I don't even remember where that is. Wait, is it? Also, wait, what is down here? I can't remember what this marker was. Is that like a song door or something? I should go back down there and check, 'cause I do not remember what that was.
Dos golem.
Oh, it's right here. It's in the high halls. Yeah, we can go make it. Why not? Can we play music for all the fleas now? We could, yeah. I don't I don't know if it'll do anything, but we could do it. Gonna say I was pretty sure. Oh, see, okay, right there, it didn't. Wait, is there like a? Oh, I figured it out. If you're holding down. If you're holding down, then it does the parachute. Instead of the double jump. I was gonna say, I feel like there's probably some way where you can trigger the parachute instead of, and you can. You have to be holding down when you press A. Gel plates and cogs that could be fashioned into a flying automaton. Let's do it. We can get rid of this marker now too. Cog fly. Winged cogware companion that will seek nearby foes and attack. That seems pretty good, honestly. You can see it's like an AoE effect now. Okay. Let's go down. I want to go down here. See what that pin is that I made. I don't know, Expedition 33 does have a really good soundtrack, but it's not... I don't know. I do think this game definitely... close as well. The subscriber drop is for Twitch chat. What is this door? Really don't like being trapped in there with that guy. Wait, you can have like multiple out at once? Wait, these seem insane. Dude. Oh, okay, you can only have 5 at once. That's still crazy, though. I don't know, they seem really, really good. Yeah, this with the architect build could be like really strong. Okay. This isn't a door or anything. I saw this. So there is an area here though. Maybe somewhere in Greymore we can get to this place? Let's see if there's any new quests in Belhart. I don't think there will be, but...
Catestre.
Barbaro.
Niasamas.
And I want to double check, now that we've like gone around a bit, if there's no new things in Enclave. Yeah, we could go back to the fleas and play the music. There's another place I actually want to play music now that I tried to earlier but had no success. Oh man, the fact that you can get amplified music is like so fucked up, because now I'm just wondering... Yeah, I guess we should check the statues. Well, if we want to check the statues, we can go... Okay, there's no more quests here. The guy in the prison, he was summoned with music. That's true. I mean, to be fair, it does say to use it if you're like if you're playing for a crowd, which makes me think like, maybe it won't. I don't know. I don't know. I want to go down whiteboard though, because if I go down this way, I can get to the other giant statue. I don't know. Doesn't seem like it's progressing or anything. Normally they're pretty good at like indicating if you're doing things correctly. Master, I have communed with the shrine above. Your learnings are unique, techniques born of cogwork hearts. Their mastery will require some commitment on my part. Bugred, you are the first organic shell to fuse our memories. Such behavior, my mind would have believed improbable, impossible. Still, your broad arsenal did suggest strong affinity with the mechanical craft, enough to allow access to our thought store. Yours is an impressive skill, Master. I am grateful for the insight. Oh right, we got an extra craft medal because we bought one. I guess we could buy this. And there's also the crafting kit. Everything is, man, it's just, everything so expensive. Okay. Summon your bugs and play. Alright, well, I mean, I guess maybe we should go to Greymore and look around. Maybe there's something. I don't know, because there's definitely something here. I don't really know where else to go. Armin, I'm just trying to think of where I should go at this point. We know, I mean, the only thing I know of is there's one area. I don't really need to farm. I'm just doing it because... Oh, I don't know, actually. Sands of Cazador statues could be a new boss. Oh, this thing... Flaring the cloak will spin the blades. Flaring the cloak. That mean like when you double jump? Oh, both of them. Oh, that's cool. Alright. So... Alright, let's go to Greymore, I guess. Yeah, I'm not really sure... Not really sure where to go anymore. Hey, Dobie, thank you for the 14 months. What quest do I have left? I don't I mean, I just have the food one. It's a secret wall for something pretty grand. I believe it. I mean, if you guys... I don't know. We'll look around a little bit, but I might need like a hint just for the area to go to. I don't want to know anything else, but... I feel like I might be on the right track with Greymore. See, okay, handy dog, like... Column. I mean, because, well, we have the elevator. Oh. Oh. Fucking blew up. The wisp thicket. Go right. Go suck a fucking dick, brother. Probably a bench here. Oh, it's in the... These enemies are fucking terrifying. Holy shit. Oh, why? Woo! One more! Oops. Should have just bench warped, but whatever. Go, bugs, go! Fucking murder them! Oh no. Oh god. Dang it. You know, this jump ability that we have though is actually so good for this part. Or like when like the attack when we jump. Is there something in the water here, like under? Dude, come on, the AoE. Shit. Alright, I will put on the magma charm. Using the Wanderer's Nail. Oops. It's a shame the bugs don't work on this. Or like my bots. I wonder if any tools work on this part. This fucking spot is like so... Oh god. Maybe just survive. Oh. Oh god. Wisp Fire Lantern. Yeah, this the Sawtooth Circlet was actually so good. It was like doubling my DPS almost. Although it was kind of janky because if you did it too fast, it like the pogo wouldn't work for some reason. Maybe I was too low, I don't know. Broken iron lantern containing smoldering wisp fire. Wisps will spawn from the lantern and burn foes at the cost of silk. Wait, I could have wisps and my bugs? There's anything up there. All right, well that was a cool little area. What to do with Seeker's Soul? I'm not sure. I still have it as well. I talked to one of the NPCs about it. I also have this Choral Commandment Materium, which I still haven't figured out. There's like 2 bell homes that I've seen, but I don't... They're like locked. We have a simple key, but I don't think we need to use it. Because we already... There's only one simple key door that I know of left, and it was the one in Deep Docks right here. But I already did this entire area, so... Although I can't remember, what are these pins that I put here? Oh, I wish I took... really should have taken, like, better notes. Those are the fire rocks? What do you mean fire rocks? The ones you can't interact with? Oh, okay. I ran past a path. Hmm? That was a cool little hidden area. Well, I beat the game in 16 hours. But that doesn't mean anything. I mean, apparently one of, like, beating the game isn't even reaching the final act of the game. There's more? What do you mean there's more? In the thicket? What are you talking about? Or do you mean there's a lot more in the game? I guess you're talking to that guy in chat. There's an Act 3. Apparently so. I have not made it, and it would have been nice if people didn't spoil that, but... yeah. Alright, well... Alright, chat, I think we need some advice at this point, or like a hint. Like, what area should I go to? Wisp location middle? You saying there's something like up here? Do your quests? I don't... Well, what? I guess I need to do the Great Taste of Farloom then? Okay, well, alright guys, can you help me? Where do I go for this muck maggot? Like, what area? Okay. Sinner's Road. Alright, hold on. Let me go. I'm gonna save warp back up to the Wisp and we'll see if there's something there. And then we can go to the Sinner's Road. It does kind of look like there's like a spot to go higher, but side quests how you progress the game. Yeah, but I mean, I've already... I feel like I'm getting one guide super hard right now. I swear, if this guy's telling me to come back to this item that I already fucking looted, you mean this right here? You mean this? Surely not. Surely not. I missed it. Wait, there's... Oh, shit. I didn't hear it. Alright, my bad. Oh! Crafts metal. Are any other secrets up here? What do you mean, yeah? Yeah? You guys are fucking left wall. Oh wait, I see it. Oh my god. Oh Jesus. I'm dead. We told you it wouldn't be a secret. That's crazy. You know, I'm actually pretty good at like... I feel like I've been pretty good at finding the invisible walls. Or... They're not invisible, but... Well, you don't know, like, you can see that it's slightly broken, but it doesn't help with, like, the lighting in this area. This place is not very nice. I don't like this. Ow. Oh, Jesus, no. No, I panicked. 4 beads. Oh, hello. Ow. Holy. Wait, this is where we can put... Wait a sec. Never mind. I thought this is where we could play music. That was right. Okay, well, I guess that's... I guess it's just like... Oh, wait. Is there... Oh, no, it's just not discovered yet because... I don't think there's anything else. Okay, nice. Okay, well, let's go to Sinner's Road. I finished the main story. I finished like the bad ending, but I have not done true ending yet. Yeah, we've done 2 bad endings, yeah. I have no idea where this muck thing is. I'm not going for it completely blind, but yeah, I mean... Some people have been backseating. I don't want people to backseat, though. Go get him. Good try. Oh, you know, I really should have... Maybe we go... We go touch the bed. And we can put on, the maggot protection. Yeah, we don't need the magma charm either. Guess we can... Yeah, just because you finish the game does not mean you finished the game. Well, okay, sorry, that's kind of stupid to say, but there's a lot more to the game than after you beat it. Okay, I gotta say, I don't really like the parry move that much. The problem is, like, half the time the enemies just fucking miss you. This boss is actually kind of tough, not gonna lie. I'm gonna put on instead of this, I'm gonna put on the faster binding, because honestly it's really nice. Need to change my move. Alright, well, we have full silk. Hello? guess it actually bugged out. The muck maggots. Nice. Yeah, I thought I was gonna die there too. That was insanely close. Yeah, bench warping is definitely like intentional, but it's weird because I feel like they should have just made it an in-game mechanic in this game. Like they should have just given the player like a homeward bone. I don't know why they didn't. It's kind of weird, honestly. There should have been like a song of return or I don't know, something like. All right, let's go turn it in. The intended idea is to prevent people from save scumming before bosses. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Alright, I got your treat.
Buenera.
Sure, I bring ingredients for the dish. At last, my master is withering away from hunger. Let us see what gifts you bring. Pickled muck maggots, so that banished chef's recipe outlived them after all. Not so, sir. I claimed the maggot from the chef themselves. Their brutish work continued even with their shell claimed by cursed thread. Incredible, a bug so devout they could cook with mind expunged. The citadel was far too hasty to expel such brilliance. With this I have fulfilled my promise, sir. The ingredients have all been delivered. I trust now the meal can be made and the oil awarded for my efforts. You'll have your oil, whelp. Firstly, learn some patience. The dish must be prepared perfectly, enough to rouse my master and see them sated. Now permit me to work my skill, and you'll stand to see a meal of scent and taste that would dazzle Farloom in her prime. Ew. Looks like Jello. Taste, smell, texture, it is done. A meal to rival Farloom's finest. Mighty master, how long you have waited to set your jaw upon such a perfect dish. Join us and dine. Holy. Satiate the grand gourmand. Your master seems satisfied, sir. It's time you gave what was promised. Yes, yes, it has been done. Made and served. A dish to match my master's refined desires. The pale trifle is yours. Take it and leave. My master needs time to reflect, and I must ponder on flavors anew. Alright, we're oiled up, baby. Oh wait, maybe I could have talked... Oh, whatever. I might have been able to talk to that guy a bit more. You didn't try hitting it? I don't know. If there's something else there, we could do it later. Do I have any relics I can turn in? Oh yeah. And lo, as eternity sustained by Architect's Claw, we welcome that final form of dial and rotor and soul gladly given, the perfect, unfaltering voice. Oh, that's the choral commandment I got. Alright, it's time for the final upgrade. I have more oil, Pin Master. Its acquisition was no small task. But if it aids my blade, those challenges will be well rewarded. Even more oil, what preposterous luck, that unseen gift in quantity unheard, discovered by a single bug. Would you pass the oil traveler and perhaps a few rosaries for the ongoing effort? Allow this Pin Master to again work upon your blade? Oh, well, good thing I have enough. Yeah. Goop all over my blade. Well, done. What miracle to work again upon steel so fine. Few pins left in Farloom could attain such a sheen. You must tell me, traveler, wherever did you come upon so splendid a weapon? The blade was a gift given by a noble tribe of my homeland. They forged the strongest steel, though it was rarely seen beyond their hive. The tribe has now long passed, and with them the secrets to their craft. Ah, if they are gone, it's a rarer piece than would be guessed, but what grand luck for this humble pin master to have worked with such a weapon. If ever upon your long road more oil is acquired, seek my service with haste. Wait, are you saying we can go even further?
Even further beyond?
Mia samasa.
Man, this game is fucking insane. Like, it's actually funny because some people are gonna beat the game and be like, "Yo, this game was so short." Or well, maybe they're not gonna say it's short, but like, I mean, I beat Act 2 16 hours in, and it's like we played another 16 hours today, or like since then, and we still have. I feel like we still have a fair bit of stuff to do. Oh yeah, there's one. It looks like there's some... Oh no, all the bellways are connected. I think there might be a tunnel that we missed though, or a tube that we missed somewhere. Alright. I mean, we found... It feels like we're missing a lot of, like, ventricas. Like, 2 or 3. The mist tube is in Underworks.
Lolo.
Not a miss.
Oliver Amelie.
I don't know, the thing is though, chat, you guys said, like, just keep doing quests to, like, progress, but I don't know what quests there are left. There's none in Belheart, unless there's, like, a 4th quest zone. Yeah, I visited the Crest Evolver. Yeah, oh, you know what? The Belheart guy did want to talk to me. I don't think I've talked to him. What about Bone Bottom quest board? I don't see why the... A lot of stuff triggers from talking to people. Okay, yeah, I meant to talk to this guy before, but I kind of forgot. Miss Traveler, thanks to your valiant contributions, our little town's starting to feel like its old self again. Homes have been hoisted and the square shines. Seen the changes myself, Pavo. It is pleasing to hear my contributions have not been in vain. Indeed, your generosity is a guide for others. We've only one thing now sorely missing. Bugs. What is a town without its residents? Age, scarcity, deadly thread? Belheart is beset by endless ills. Now there's just us remaining few as you've met. In recognition of your noble efforts and as one small step to solving the problem, I've decreed a grand gift should be given, a bell home of your very own. A place to reflect, a bed to lay in. It's hanging up there at the top beside our good pinmaster. I have no plans to settle Pavo, but for now my task in Farloom remains, and while it does, the residents may prove useful. Of course, your fortitude inspires us all, and if trouble ever descends anew, it really won't hurt to have a resident warrior close at claw. Ooh! We are lucky to have you, Miss Traveler, and Belheart, you are always welcome, you and your big, sharp blade. Can we use our Materium here then, too, maybe? Like all my quest items.
What achievements are missing? Oh god, probably so many. I have 48%. Open all the citadels, Ventrica stations. There's a crest we're missing. We're only missing one mask shard though. Spool fragments, tools, 100%, fleas, hunter's memento, speed running. I guess these are spoiler ones, so I won't look at them. All right. It says 15 out of 20. Oh, wait, here? Or, what are you talking about? Oh, maybe the masks go to... Oh, shit. Okay, so I guess it goes to 10. Damn, bro, what the fuck? If you're ever finding that bell home a little bare, make sure to speak with Frey. She's been known to gather all sorts of fancy furnishings. Stock's useless for a passing pilgrim, but for a new resident, it's just the stuff to turn a bell into home. Wait, this is her, right? Well, welcome to you, our newest resident. I hope you're finding your new home to your taste. It is a finely forged bell, madam. I'm fortunate to have a safe space to rest, even if my stay here may be short. However long you're with us, I've been holding on to some fine goods that'll cozy up your home. This stuff ain't for the riffraff whining through, but a fellow bellhearter deserves the finest. We can get desk, lights. Oh, we can paint the house? Okay. Cool. Well, we'll have to do this later. Oh, there's a quest here now. Silk and Soul. Oi, I'm wishing for that bothersome bell ringer. That you reading this? Then head up top beside the shrine. Might we two have a little chat? Oh, and Songclave. We're lucky to have you, Miss Traveler and Bellheart. Yep. Okay. Silk and Song. That sounds like a pretty important quest, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, it was Silk and Soul.
Oi. Ah, Elos.
Feeling almost time, eh, Bellringer? You and her who waits up there, the fated meeting won't hold forever. Ready to make your play to oust one ruler and claim her place? I'll not deny some part of me desires that outcome. Dominance, it seems, is baked deep in my blood, as too, no doubt, for the one up top. And yet another part resists. A part over time, I find myself siding with more. That part wishes not to claim a monarch's mantle, rather it would see my freedom regained, and this kingdom's bugs unshackled from their pale chains. Remarkable idea you're speaking there, Bellringer, a world cut free, not a wish I've had much cause to hope on, serious-like, but I ain't so surprised to hear you speak of it. For all your helping, I've been seeing it clearer. You've still got the monarch in you, alright, and the glare of a weaver, but the ambition, that's wild different from both. You've already guessed to my desire, sir, and share some part of it. Would you offer me aid in the conflict to come? Aye, maybe, yes. I can barely bear to tell it, but there's an idea, one rare disgust, for fear of her up there sensing the score. You've conceived a method, I take it, a way to see a monarch removed and me left free from claiming her station? We have, me and what remains of my family, is a trap of a sort. Beyond the skill of the citadel, one to go further than just her binding. You'd just be just the hunter to set it if you're dare enough to try. Grant me your aid, sir. If your trap provides a path to freedom both for myself and your land's bugs, I may indeed choose to trigger it. What work do you need of me now to see your service made? My family's strength you'll need be seeking, Bellringer. Us three old bugs still alive, spread across this kingdom, and one poor cousin dead and drained in swamps, choked rotten. Each has power, raw, savage stuff. For you, they'll give it. If for their fascination at the act or the thrill of defiance, or because they have no choice at all. And last, as the base, seek a weapon of Weaver's past. Should still be one left, down there in the largest nest, a snare to set a ruin of searing silk. Our own trap will be woven tight about it.
Not a miss.
If you're wanting that trap made, you best get to collecting. I'll point you towards what's needed as best as I can. Down in the Mossland, still clinging to her failed chapel, my sister will part with her power if asked kindly enough.
Not amiss.
Alright. The Mosslands. I wonder, does it say... Oh. Oh, wow. We only have one of the souls. Interesting. Hey, Gustavo, thank you for the 2 months. Gotta get the fucking Lord souls. The very quick quest. I don't believe you. But, alright. Check the other boards. Well, there was nothing at song at there was nothing at the Songclave. I just want to play music to the fleas. Playing for the crowd. I wonder what the spider strings is used for. The fleas are so cute. I'll be honest, Chad, I think I like the fleas more than the grubs. I mean, I like them both a lot, but the fleas are so cute. I mean, I'm not saying the grubs are... I don't like the grubs, Chad. I'm just saying, I think I like the fleas more. They're so cute. So many awful places have us fleas traveled. Many times I almost die, but here seems safe enough. You will have rest too? Is space enough for us all now, friend? Recency bias. Woo. Okay, chat. I think I'm gonna call it a night here. I don't want to start... I mean, I assume this quest I'm on takes me to, like, Act 3 in some way. Yeah, it's been a long stream. We've been streaming for 11 hours. I want to get some dinner, guys. We will, make more progress tomorrow. Talk to him. I've talked to all of them. I feel like... Oh, I don't know. I feel like somehow we're gonna do this quest and then there's gonna be there's gonna be an area like fucking... the map's gonna open up like even more. I don't know though. Maybe not. Well, we'll see anyways. Man, this game is insane. Yeah, Grimoire, whatever the fuck that means. This game is insane, dude. This has been so much fun. It's just like, there's just so many secrets. It's amazing, dude. All right, guys. Yeah, thank you all for watching, everybody. It's been a blast playing today. It's late though. I don't want to go too hard, but yeah, tomorrow we will. I imagine tomorrow we'll finish up 100%, but I don't know. I don't know though. Like there could be. That's what I thought today I would finish 100%, but I was like so wrong. But it does feel like I mean, look at our like quest log, because we've done. I mean, we've done a lot of fucking quests. Yeah, I mean, this is my map. Anywhere there's like a blank space, I just feel like there's a fucking zone there, like hidden. Like, what if there's a zone like right here? What if there's a zone like right here? What if there's a zone right here? Maybe not there, but god damn, this game's crazy. And you know, the thing is, like, I bet there's areas that nobody has been to yet still. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe some, I don't know. Do people have 100% completion achievement? %. One person has acquired all, or well, somebody's acquired all silk hearts. This one that I did, Grandmother's Silk While Cursed, nobody's even done that. Well, I mean, sorry, I shouldn't say nobody's done it, but so few have done it that it's still at 0%. That's crazy, man. All right, guys, I'm gonna go get some rest, and we will continue tomorrow. Oh man, this game has been such a journey. It's been so much fun. After we beat it, I'm gonna feel like, I don't know what I want. I don't know what I'm gonna want to do after we beat it. Like maybe, I don't know about Steel Soul, honestly. Steel Soul, I mean, maybe, but I don't know, dude. I genuinely feel like this game is like, I don't know. Steel Soul is really, really hard in this game compared to Hollow Knight. It's like exponentially harder. And the thing about Hollow Knight, I was saying this before, but in Hollow Knight you have the dream fights, which make it like completely, the dream fights are completely free. You can die on them and you don't even lose anything. So, but like in this game, the hardest, I'm pretty sure the hardest fights will just kill you. Like you Can I show my map with interior zones visible? I don't know, man. Just go look at my VOD. I've been looking at the map constantly. I'm sure you can see there. You can just save and quit mid-fight. Yeah, that's true. You can still save quit on Steel Soul. So, yeah, but yeah, save quitting is kind of cheesy. Yeah, I mean, if you just save quit anytime you think you're gonna die, then like, yeah, it's... But that's also not really as exciting, so... You die so quick sometimes? Yeah, you do. Alright, guys, Who should I raid? Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do once we beat the game. Maybe look into like speedrunning any percent, or maybe just do another 112% run. Because honestly, or sorry, not 112%, do like another 100% run just to like learn the game better. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Could always play indie horror games. Yeah, but I mean, after I finish Silksong, I don't want to be done with it. Like, I'm interested in speedrunning this game, honestly. I really like the combat and the movement and everything. The game is really, really good. All right, yeah, I'm gonna go get some dinner. I'm fucking hungry, chat. I'm gonna give a raid. I don't want to raid somebody playing Silksong because I don't want to like. I want them to get spoiled on anything.